His Excellency, the Director General for Culture, Ministry of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Hilmar Farid, PhD. Honorable to the Vice Governor of Bali, who is represented today by the Assistant for Government and also Prosperity for the Society, Secretary of Bali Province, Bapak Igede Indra Dewa Putra, SAMM. Honorable to the Rector of Udayana University, Professor Dr. Ana Agung Raka Sudewi, SPS. The Dean of Tourism Faculty of Udayana University, Dr. Inyoman Sunarta, MSI. Distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. May we greet you all in the Balinese way of Om Swastiastu, which means that may health and also prosperity always upon us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this beautiful morning in the second International Conference on Tourism and Entrepreneurship, which is virtually held for the first time. And let's give a round of applause, of course, for our event today. Yeah, great. So it will add spirit for all of us here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now before we start the whole agenda for the second International Conference on Tourism and Entrepreneurship, let us now singing the national anthem of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Indonesia Raya. Excellency, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, as our gratitude to the God Almighty for His blessings upon us and also for the success of our conference today, let us now take a silent moment to pray. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's have a pray. Amen. This year's the second International Conference on Tourism and Entrepreneurship takes the theme of addressing new challenges of sustainable tourism business in the Society 5.0. So, ladies and gentlemen, the rapid development of information and also communication technology in the past 2 decades has had an impact in all sectors, including tourism. And this morning, we will discuss about the appearance of the 5.0 industrial revolutions and also the 5.0 society, which will also impacting in the tourism sectors. However, before we start by hearing the speeches this morning, we would like to remind you to please stay connected with us in the WebEx meeting, and please also make sure that you already mute your audio in exception, of course, later on for the speakers and also for the moderator on each session. Ladies and gentlemen, you may also turn on or turn off the camera during this meeting, but make sure that your camera will be turned on later on during our photo session. And now this morning, let us hear now a welcoming speech, which will be delivered by the Dean of the Tourism Faculty of Udayana University. Please welcome, this is Dr. Inyoman Sunarta, MSE.
Om Swastiastu. Dear all Executive Board, the Honorable guests and distinguished audiences, on behalf of the International Conference on Tourism and Entrepreneurship, ICTE 2020, let me deliver an honored warm welcome to all participants, particularly to those who have submitted papers and attending this event. Praise the Lord, because of the presence of His permission, we were still given powerful health and an opportunity to be able to attend the second ICTE International Conference on Tourism and Entrepreneurship 2020 in Island of God, Bali. I do thank and appreciate the Goodwood Publishing of Call Cooperation for our sake of International Conference. Honor for the Faculty of Tourism University of Udayana is given the trust of support event, and also the 9 universities collaboration of this event, that are Udayana University, UPI, Undana, Polban, Saskia, Institute, Podomoro University, Budi Luhur University, and Mahalayati University, as well as our sponsor, IPBE, Politeknik Negeri Bali, Iliktifari, Bali Region. Theme of the ICTE 2020, addressing the new challenge of the sustainable tourism business in the society 5.0. Represent Bali as the region of with its sustainable tourism with the concept of the cultural tourism. I do hope that ICTE 2020 will be a global media in revitalizing tourism during the pandemic of COVID-19. Last but not least, I personally delivered the apology of the technical deficiencies in the course of the event, and they would like to very much appreciate to all of the organizing committee for this excellent event. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Thank you so much to the Dean of the Tourism Faculty of Udayana University. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the shift caused by the digitalization is marked by the ease access to information through digital media. Tourism industry is one of the successful sectors using internet media. However, there are still some challenges that we should recognize in order to maintain the sustainability of tourism in this fast-changing era. And now we will hear a welcoming speech by the Rector of Udayana University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Ana Agung Raka Sudewi, SPS.
Dear Minister of Education and Culture, Your Excellency, Governor of Bali Province, distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you on behalf of Universitas Udayana to the second International Conference on Tourism and Entrepreneurship, or ICTE 2020. This conference is jointly organized by Udayana University, Faculty of Tourism, and Goodwood Publishing. As the second series, the ICTE 2020 will present participants with an ambience to communicate and share their research, and leading academics, practitioners, and doctoral students within the broad field of tourism and entrepreneurship. This conference will be held on December 11 to 12, 2020 in Bali, Indonesia. The conference term, Addressing New Challenges of Sustainable Tourism Business in the Society 5.0. Based on this term, it is the chance that Bali is currently is progress to promote our tourism during the pandemic of COVID-19. Local government of Bali also greatly concerned with the revitalization of tourism by supporting the marketing and entrepreneurship. Udayana University also has some department focusing on best practice in tourism, marketing, and entrepreneurship. For all of participants, I'm warm and encouraged by your overwhelming support in this conference for sharing your work. I do sincerely hope that you will enjoy the 2 days of the conference. I hope that this event will be on your scientific and social agenda. We hope you can enjoy this conference, share your experience and ideas. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Director of Udayana University. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as the sixth world highest internet penetration in the world, Indonesia has a great potential to be developed its tourism through digitalizations, of course. With the innovative co-creations and also technologies, we are changing the perceptions of tourism and also business-related sector around the tourism itself. And this morning, we will hear an opening speech by the Vice Governor of Bali Province, which is represented by the Assistant for Government and also Prosperity for Society, the Secretary of Bali Province, Bapak Igede Indra Dewa Putra SAMM. Please, time is yours.
Honorable Rector Udayana University, Dean of Tourism Faculty, Honorable Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam, namo buddhaya, salam rahayu. It is an honor for me to lead the second international conference on tourism and entrepreneurship webinar and to meet you all virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, travel, enjoy, respect are the key word of sustainable tourism that we always had in this global tourism area in Bali. The tourism stakeholder has been doing this, but nowadays, tourism, especially in Bali, has been facing new challenge of pace. As we all know, COVID-19 pandemic has been spreading throughout the world. Almost there is no country which is free from this virus. Bali is also not an exception. This condition impact of Bali economic that's depending on tourism industry. The pandemic has been affecting the all sector of life. The people so changing the behavior. Ladies and gentlemen, nowadays we face the new normal protocol on life. In private sector,
the sample that was planned for the start was 50 people of COVID-19 outbreak.
Violence,
Was interested 30 people in addition. In the data collection processing, the focus of discussion was also planned, but due to large-scale social restriction, it was not possible.
We have established verification then to check and monitor the implementation of health protocol at each business and highest standard. The implementation of costs also affecting the stakeholder in doing sustainable tourism business. Ladies and gentlemen, changing of the trend is also happening in global tourism industry. Bali is the island that's heavily dependent on the tourism industry, to save the tourism industry. The community should be updated of the emergency entrepreneurship degrade during the pandemic. I hope the webinar today will attract more interesting discussion and solve cover on question in addressing new challenge of sustainable tourism business in the society 4.0. That's all for me, and that is we stage the seminar of officially open. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Rahayu. Gubernur of Bali, Wayan Koster. Thank you.
Thank you so much on behalf of the Governor of Bali, Bapak Igede Indra Dewa Putra SAMM. And the speech also officially opened the conference of the second International Conference on Tourism and Entrepreneurship. So let's give a round of applause once again. Congratulations for the official opening. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for all of us to have a photo session. But before we have the session for the photo, we would like to remind you to please make sure that your camera is on, because for the photo session, we would like to see your beautiful smiles, your beautiful faces as well. So please make sure you turning on your camera during this virtual conference. And let's have a photo session. You can still mute your audio. Okay, please make sure that your audio is still mute, and just make sure that your camera is on. So then we can take pictures of all of us here, the participants of this conference. And this year's, the second ICTE conference is participated by 13 countries. So we would like to see as well all of your faces, your beautiful faces. And we should also actually greet it not just as good morning, but good afternoon, good evening, or probably near midnight in some of the participants in other parts of the world. Well, ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for the photo session? Yes? Okay, please just make sure you turning on your camera and then smile to the camera. This is the photo session. 3, 2, 1. So the second International Conference on Tourism and Entrepreneurship 2020 is hosted by the Faculty of Tourism, Udayana University, in collaborations with UPI or UPI, Undana, Polban, Tazkia Institute, Podomoro University, Budi Luhur University, and Malahayati University. And we would like to also acknowledge all of our valuable sponsors that supporting this conference. Thank you so much to IPBI Politeknik Negeri Bali and also Hildikti Pari for Bali region. Thank you so much for all of your contributions, supports, and also valuable supports. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will hear a keynote speech by the Director General for Culture, Ministry of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome Excellency Bapak Hilmar Farid, PhD.
Good morning.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, please welcome Excellency Director General for Culture, Ministry of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia, who is our keynote speaker this morning. So please welcome Bapak Hilmar Farid, PhD. Good morning, Bapak. Okay, we're still trying to stay connected with Bapak Hilmar Farid. So kindly wait for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, all of the participants of the second ICT 2020. We will hear a keynote speech in this conference regarding the big theme of our conference today, that is about addressing new challenges of sustainable tourism business in the society 5.0. Good morning once again, Bapak Farid. Bapak Hilmar Farid, can you hear our voice here from Bali? Yes, good morning, Bapak Hilmar Farid once again. Okay, so we're still trying to stay connected with you there. Probably there is technical issues in Jakarta.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear your voice.
Okay, great.
However, it is a little bit difficult to see your video. Yes. And now the camera is already on, Bapak Hilmar Farid.
Can you see?
So it seems that you have technical difficulties a bit, Bapak, regarding the internet connection. This is one of the challenges actually that we address in the Society 5.0. And this is also really related with our topic of the conference this year regarding the new challenges of sustainable tourism business in the society of 5.0. Well, ladies and gentlemen, one of the big challenges, of course, in the society and industrial revolutions of 4.0 and 5.0 is, of course, the Internet of Things. We have to stay connected. The world is changing fast, and we have to be very prompt to adjust ourselves with the safe and also adapting to the new culture and the new ways of society react and also responding to the world, including the tourism itself, how to maintain the sustainability of our tourism industry in this fast growing world, in the fast changing world. And this also creating a new terms in the tourism industry itself. For example, like in the world destination, which is now become digitalized, and the terms of the nomad tourism as well appears, and as well as the wonderful Indonesia through virtual. So we have to also address all of these kind of new challenges, and we don't see this as a threat, but how then we can prepare ourselves to deal with the new ways of tourism industry in the Society 5.0, including also how do we adapt ourselves, and also how do we prepare a correct strategy to save and also to react to this new world in the Society 5.0. Well, we are trying to connect with our keynote speaker this morning, the Director General for Culture, Ministry of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Hilmar Farid, PhD. Yes, okay. It seems that we are able to... Okay, so we are still trying to connect with him. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, please just enjoy the videos first while we are still trying to reach him. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're still here with us on the second international conference on tourism and entrepreneurship. And we are now connected with the Director General for Culture, Ministry of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Hilmar Farid. Good morning, Pak Hilmar.
Good morning.
Okay, now we can hear your voice crystal clear, Bapak Hilmar Farid. All right, so we will now have the keynote speech session, ladies and gentlemen, and it is indeed an honor for all of us to have you to be able to deliver the keynote speech during the second ICTE conference. So, Bapak, please, time is yours. We have 30 minutes for the presentations, and then later on we would like to kindly invite you as well to join us for the discussion session for this keynote session. Bapak Hilmar Farid, please.
Right. Thank you, and apologies for the technical trouble that we had just now. And thank you for the organizer for inviting me. This is a very timely, I think, a discussion about the recovery of the tourism sector amidst the pandemic. I'm sure you've been following the news and also reports about the impact of the pandemic on tourism. As we know that international tourism has decreased by 80%. In Indonesia, the number is even up to 89%. The reports that I received is that in September, we only had, until September, we only had 153,000 international tourists. And the loss of the sector is also enormous, up to 100 trillion rupiah, or $75 million US. The impact is not only on travel, hotel, and restaurants, but to the entire ecosystem. And this is, I think, the starting point for a discussion about recovery, the ecosystem. And the good news is that a few days ago, there were the shipping or the incoming of vaccine. But of course, we still have to see and how effective the vaccine would be, and if we would be able for us to like speedily distribute the vaccine to all of our population. So right now, the estimation is that up to mid-2021, there will be hardly some significant changes. We still will have like social distancing, travel restrictions, which of course will have an enormous impact on the tourism sector. And some experts, including the Ministry of Tourism, predicted that full recovery will only happen or take place in 2024. So the question now is that what are we going to do now? I mean, we are not going to wait until 2024. I mean, important steps have to be taken, new initiatives have to be introduced, etc. So this is what I'm going to discuss in this presentation. But it's very important for us to think about that. However important recipes might be, it is very important for us to take a step back and to look critically at the conditions of the pre-COVID conditions. Were they actually ideal? No? And we know from different studies, and I'm sure Udayana University is the forefront of this. We know that there have been many criticisms of mass tourism in the past and the negative impact that it had on our social, cultural, and also environmental life. And this is a very good time then, I think, and this conference is also a very good venue to do that, for rethinking. Yeah, and the conclusions that I gathered from different forums, discussions, is that first we need a more resilient tourism economy. Yeah, that's essential. It cannot be prone to changes like this. We have to be more resilient to anticipate disruption and all that. Second issue is that we have to stay ahead of the digital curve. Yeah, it's very important for us to integrate our efforts into a digital communication system. And the third one is about structural transformation. Yeah, and in this speech or talk, I'm going to address what culture has to do with that. Yeah, and my main argument would be that recovery is unthinkable without reorientation. So it's not simply adjustment to the new normal, but also shaping the new normal. I mean, that's what we are that we have to do. And of course, it involves identifying challenges, potentials that we have, so that we can actually move our resources into that direction. And what we do now, our decisions today, will of course have a long-lasting impact on tourism for the future. And what I'm going to talk about here is based on discussions that I had with international organizations, other ministries and institutions in the government, and also with practitioners on the field. So, and I really hope that this will also spark a discussion, because this, what is much more important than having complete knowledge about reports and so on, is to contextualize all the information that we gather. And I think there's no other entity that knows the local context other than the practitioners and the society, the communities themselves. So inclusion is a very essential concept here. We cannot rely on advices, guidances from abroad or from the outside. It really has to be contextualized, and the involvement and inclusion of local communities is essential in that endeavor. So I will start with one very obvious point, perhaps, that amidst this travel restrictions and global, the decrease of global traveling, that domestic tourism is very important. And from different surveys that I gathered, we can see there is an emerging interest in outdoor activities, natural destinations, and of course also cultural sites. And in order to develop that domestic tourism sector, I think what is important is to focus on narratives, stories, and also the development of the destinations themselves. And this is, I think, where our focus should be. No? But before we go into the details, I also want to discuss a little bit about what does the market today look like. I mean, who's going to travel in the next few months, for example. From what I gather is that young people who are willing to take the risk, mostly single, adventurous, people like the backpackers, surfers, mountain climbers, and all of these activities that are immersed in nature. I mean, these are the most potential, I think, or the first ones who will make the decisions to travel abroad. The second one would be best business travel. And this is based on the experience that we had with a global crisis like 9/11 and the 2008 global economic crisis, or the Bombali incident in 2003. I mean, business travel resumed right after all these incidents. And so we have young people, business people traveling. And what is also important to notice is that there is a shift in perception in terms of understanding what is going on. And there is a growing concern about the environment, wildlife protection, ocean preservation. And there is a much clearer understanding right now that the pandemic, the virus itself, is also a product of ecological destruction. And this, I think, is a growing concern among young people. So if you want to kind of identify what does the typical traveler today look like, it would be young, urban, educated, with concerns about health, environment, culture, and very much oriented into local experience and to have a unique experience. So based on these readings of the situation, my office, the Director General of Culture, focuses on developing stories, narratives about major destinations and also less well-known destinations, which are, I think, very important right now, since the travelers that I mentioned above are much more interested to have a lesser-known destinations for their traveling experience. So one of the more important projects that we are currently working on is the spice route, Jalur Rempah. Yeah, and the idea here is to really focus on local culture and bring them into collaboration with more modern expressions. So the idea is not to impose something from above, but to encourage local culture to grow and able to communicate at a global level. So it's a different approach altogether. So it is still rooted very much in our local culture. So the idea really is not to extract local culture for sale, yeah, but to shape the market based on local culture. So this is the approach that we are building right now or developing right now. And this has proven to be, to match actually with the emerging market of tourism sector that I mentioned above. A lot of people have travel preferences like that. For places that are more, better already adjusted for tourist purposes, with better facilities, communication and all that, we try to develop a program that we call like work from anywhere. I mean, you are not working from home, and most of us are working from home still, not allowed to travel. So if there is a safe place, and we have many places like that in the eastern part of Indonesia, less affected by COVID and all that, pretty much isolated on islands, etc., etc. If this can be ensured, and of course coordination, communication is essential in shaping this, shaping these destinations, yeah, of course, we can think about working from all these different places. So work from anywhere is one thing that we are now considering. And Director General of Culture at the Ministry is now contacting other institutions, government institutions, and also private offices to begin to create programs for their staff, to work from cultural sites. Like I myself, I'm going to Borobudur. I'm going to work from there towards the end of the year, asking all my staff to join me there and bring in a lot of stakeholders, also to participate in the meetings and so on. And in March, we are already planning to go to Banda for the same purpose. We will bring our stakeholders to have like meetings and also to introduce the idea of working from all these beautiful destinations. And of course, I heard that in Bali, we already had initiatives like that, but less successful. And this, I think the basic problem then is coordination. It's not integrated. So one of the most important points amidst the crisis today is coordination and collaboration between the different stakeholders in the industry. This is essential for recovery. We cannot do without that. So, and of course, transparency, inclusion is very essential in order to form like a unified perception of the situation, because we know that tourism is a sector that is based on trust. And trust cannot be generated. It has to be organic. Especially in situations like today. And this means that access to information has to be opened, and nowadays people can follow what is going on the ground without any intermediate agency. People are now in the mode of real-time communication. And so communication, transparency about what is going on the ground is really essential today. And that way, people would be able to plan their travels much, much better. So what I mean practically is that we cannot rely today on brochures, promotion videos, beautiful pictures, and so on. But people need today in the tourism sector is reality. So it's much more essential to provide good information about the pandemic in our local context. For example, the green zones that are now being introduced by the Gugus Tugas COVID, and local governments are beginning to implement that as well. So such information, I think, is very important for us to have and to provide. And of course, this requires an integration of our endeavors into that digital communication network. I understand that in Bali, this has been quite good already, but it still needs to be improved. And what it requires is also capacity building for our human resources. So what I mean is digital communication has to be absorbed by all of the subsectors or elements or stakeholders. And of course, we also need to think about what it does to the local economy. I mean, based on the mass experience with mass tourism from abroad, who even brought along their e-money mechanism. So we really have to integrate that into our local context and for the best benefit, of course, of the local communities. And we need clear regulations, that for sure. And I think initiatives by the Ministry of Health, like the eHack, the health alert card is already good enough. But of course, it needs to be integrated now much, much better, not only for the reason of safety, but also in order to boost confidence in the system. And I think Indonesia, in a way, has the advantage of being an archipelagic state. So we have lots of islands that are disconnected, so to say, from each other. So the spread of the virus is very much contained by the nature itself. Yeah, but again, coordination is really essential here. We need to know what is actually happening on the ground, communicate with each other in order to build a more integrated system of that. And yeah, this is about traveling, but I think we also don't need to wait for traveling to resume. Yeah, local culture, as we know, is the ingredient, the basic ingredient for creative economy. Yeah, and we know that today, amidst the pandemic, that consumption of digital media is really increasing. So what we need to do is also to bring our local culture, our local expressions, be it performances like exhibition, etc., into that digital platform. Yeah, we have to put more, productive, yeah, in that sense, so that the awareness about local culture in other places also rising. Yeah, and this is very important in order to create a domestic market. So we cannot rely on our normal, promotion endeavors, but we really need to create a new way of communicating what we have to each other. So the idea really is to provide access, and our Directorate General of Culture has already initiated different platforms for that purpose. We just had our 30-day long festival, the Pekan Kebudayaan Nasional, and this is also part of our attempt to shape the future market. So we really need to bring in more information about what we have onto the market in order to shape the future market. Next year, we will have a cultural channel on TV, digital TV, internet TV, and different platforms, which would also bring local cultural expressions to a global audience. And I'm more than happy to hear participation, of course, from Bali, which has been known for having very successful local artists on a global stage. So I'm going to end this talk with a big question on how to do this. I mean, we are all aware about ways of solving things. Yeah, we have lots of ideas, I'm for sure. But again, the question is how to bring it together and translate what we have in mind into action, right? And what I would propose to this conference is that we need an integrated crisis management team. I mean, this is very essential, and it should be multi-stakeholder. It should not be only the government telling others what to do, but it should really involve different stakeholders, from tourism boards down to artists in the Banjar at the local level. No? And it should be based really on accurate data, not on guessing, not on hopes and aspirations, but really what is going on. And the agenda, I think, should at the beginning focus on protection of workers and also local actors, because they are at the heart of the ecosystem. I cannot imagine the recovery of the tourism sector without the involvement of all these stakeholders, especially at the local level. No? Financial relief, of course, is important, and I understand that the government has introduced different regulations already in order to support local businesses to recover. But again, I think apart from introducing good policies, what is also important, again, is the inclusion and involvement of local stakeholders. For no other reason than that they actually know what is going on and what the solution should be. So it should not be imposed from above. It should be a bottom-up process. And from the predictions that I received, we know that we will be in a situation like this for another 3-4 years. But again, it is at the same time an opportunity to really rethink thoroughly our sector. And while we will focus probably for some time on domestic tourism and think about like strategic steps that we need to introduce in order to boost that sector, but it also provides us with an opportunity for a long-term solution to really improve the tourism ecosystem, or tourism sector in general. And then we can think about relaunching the industry with a new spirit and hope. So this is what I have to say, and I'm sorry again for the technical problems that we had at the beginning of the speech. So thank you very much. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Thank you so much, Om Santi, 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 Om. Let's give a round of applause for the Director General for Culture of the Republic of Indonesia, who was just present to us a very interesting issues, and it also realized for all of us here that digital inclusion is one of the most important inclusion concept, and digital inclusion in which we will of course facing the 4.0 era and the society of 5.0 is also really needed for all of the tourism stakeholders, and then digital transformations as well. So I think we have to face the new normal, not just as a new normal, but it's a now normal. This is the now normals that we have to get used to in tourism sectors especially. So now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you to Bapak Farid as the Director General for the keynote speech. Please stay with us here as we will now open the discussion session. For those of you who would like to raise questions, you may type it in the chat room, or you may also deliver your questions directly. We provide you the time as well, ladies and gentlemen. And we have one question already from Kishore Kumar Dash. The questions to Pak Farid is when Indonesia will open its international tourist access. I think this is also one of the many questions raised by all of the tourism stakeholders. Though maybe it's not in your capacity to declare or maybe to say when will we open the border for international tourists. But what do you think, Pak Farid? Some time was in which month in 2021 will we ready to open our border for international tourists?
Well, yeah, this is a very difficult question, of course, because I'm not in the position to answer that. Of course, if you ask me, my hope and instinct would be as soon as possible, of course. But looking at the current situation, it will stay, I think, for the first semester of 2021. Yeah, travel restrictions, heavy travel restrictions, especially international ones. The domestic travel is much better right now. Yeah, despite the imposition of what is that? PSBB, of the social distancing in different provinces, but it's now slowly resuming. But yeah, again, I'm not in a position to really give you a definite answer to that question.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Farid. Yes, I think the most optimistic predictions is in the first semester or in the first quarter of 2021. But actually, our government already starting to think about all of the possibilities and as well as all of the preparations to open our border. And for the Ministry of Tourism and also Creative Economy itself also tries to do some travel bubbles with our neighboring countries as well. And let's just wait for the positive impact, especially for the vaccination, because the vaccine was just right a few days ago, but in a limited number still, right? Only 1.2 millions of vaccines for Indonesia, but that was just the first phase, right? And we're still waiting for a more positive progress, of course, in the pandemic COVID-19 outbreak. So, Pak Farid, before we continue with the next questions, I would like to remind all of the participants as well to please also fill the attendance list. The link for the attendance list itself is already shared in the chat room on our WebEx meeting. So please make sure that you also already list yourself in the attendance list. And then we are still waiting for the next questions. You may just type it in the chat room, or you can also raise the questions directly. So we have one questions. Okay, one participants that will ask the questions directly. Okay, Ibu Yulia Lintang. All right, so you may please unmute yourself. Please make sure that your audio is unmute so you will be able to deliver your questions directly to Bapak Farid. We will also unmute your audio from the server, Ibu Lintang. Ibu Yulia Lintang, please.
Thank you, Farid. Good morning for all the participants. Yes, I would like to ask Bapak in the future when the tourism pollution it's getting so much healed. Do you think the hospitality side from participations will be having checks before? I mean like tourism as a site where we involve so many human touch in hospitality ways before. Will it be much involved? Will it be much involved? Means also the human research in the hospitality industry. Because
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes.
I have a question. I have a question.
Okay.
This is Kishore Kumar Das from
Thank you.
Okay, for Kishore Kumar Das, would you mind to wait for a while? We still have Ibu Yulia Lintang that raised the questions to Bapak Farid. Okay, Ibu Yulia Lintang.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. You finished for your questions to Bapak Farid, Ibu?
Yeah, I think it's finished. So
Yes.
actually, to conclude of it, how much the hospitality from the human will be in the future after the pandemic condition. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ibu Yulia Lintang. Okay, so for Mr. Kishore Kumar Das, can you just raise your questions right now? So later on, Bapak Farid will also respond to both of you.
Yes. So my question is to the culture minister each. When Indonesia is going to open international tourists, and the second part of the question is whether the Indonesia has any plan to new tourism policy to boost its tourism. These are the two
Plan
questions.
for tourism policy to boost.
Yes.
To boost something. To boost what? Sorry, Mr. Kumar Dash.
To boost the tourism in Indonesia.
Oh, all right. Okay. Any other questions?
No, these are the two questions. These are when the Indonesia is going to open its tourism sector for international tourists, and whether the country has to formulate to boost the tourism.
Yes. Okay, we got it. Thank you, Mr. Kumar Dash, for the questions. Thank you so much. Once again, now we will give the opportunity for Bapak Farid to respond the questions. The first one is from Ibu Yulia Lintang regarding the pandemic COVID-19, which force us to a touchless society, and then also we minimize the physical reactions or physical distancings, as well as all of the digitalizations. Of course, we'll minimize the role of the human resources itself. How about the future of the human resources in tourism itself? Do we still need the kind of approach by utilizing the human resources in tourism, Pak Farid? And then the second one from Mr. Kumar Dash. So how's the plan for tourism policy to boost tourism? Though it's not in your capacity, once again, to answer this, but what do you think about the strategy or the plan of tourism ministry, actually, or our tourism in Indonesia to for the future? Please, Pak Farid.
Yes, thank you very much for the questions. First of all, I think there will be a major shift in terms of skills, employment, and all that in the tourism sector. So what is very essential is reskilling, retraining in order to adjust to the new situation. Of course, this is by this I'm not saying that all of the jobs or occupations that we know in the tourism sector will disappear. Far from that. It really depends on how well we are actually coping with the current health crisis. For example, spa industries, everything that involves direct contact between people, like suppliers and the market. So that will change, but I think we are now already witnessing innovations in that sector. People are trying to develop measurements, new protocols at the local level. So it's very important, I think, to answer this question, to look at the real experiences of different branches of the industry. Again, in general terms, there will be a major shift, and reskilling, re-education, retraining is needed. But as I said before, it really depends also on how we are imagining the future market. Are we going to simply abandon like old practices that require like direct contact or touching in the hospitality industries, for example, or are we trying to find like new ways of doing things? And I think when it comes to wellness industry, for example, it's not only spa industry, it's actually a very small component of that. What is much bigger than that is like herbal and plant-based services. So this is an area that I think needs to be elaborated. So again, human resources is essential. I mean, that's basically the engine of the tourism sector. So we cannot do without that, but we need to really rethink the general strategy of what we are going to do, what we want to do, and to adjust our human resources to that general direction. So in order to answer the second question, it's about the plan to boost tourism in Indonesia. Right now, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy is working hard along with the public works to improve infrastructure in the 5 major destinations that we have. And our ministry is involved in developing narratives and story based on the idea that tourism is very much a storynomics sector that is driven by stories about destinations instead of infrastructure themselves. So yes, there is a plan. There is a major plan coordinated by the coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs, which coordinates, including Ministry of Tourism and Rail. So yeah, but again, the plan really depends, in my opinion, on how well it is integrated into the local context. I mean, it's the old way of doing things, imposing things from above is gone. Really need to talk to, discuss with local communities and actors in order to get a much better strategy.
Thank you so much, Bapak Farid, for the response. So yes, inevitably, the digital transformation also forced the human resources for tourism to sift and also adapting themselves. So we have to also see this as a challenge, as well as we have to see the opportunity behind this, right? And now next, coming from Madewati, one of the postgraduate student of Brawijaya University. So she raised the questions in the YouTube chat: how to develop tourism village in Bali in relations to culture, Bapak Farid?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, so the questions is how to develop tourism village or village tourism in Bali in relation to culture, because Bali itself, there are so many village tourism emerged right now. So how do we preserving and also develop the village tourism in relations to culture?
Well, it's a very important question, and thank you for that question. I said before that we have been, for decades, taking, I think, not so good approach when it comes to culture. Tourism should be based on culture. I mean, we all agree with that. But what we've been doing for many years is to extract local culture for the market. So what happened is that the market basically defines culture, while it should be the other way around. It should be culture that actually defines the market. So when it comes to desa wisata, desa pariwisata, this tourist village, it really should focus on what they have. Try to develop programs, projects, and different ideas in order to gather attraction and gain attraction from tourists based on what we have. Instead of trying to adjust ourselves to what is marketable. And I think by having this pause at the moment, it's a very good opportunity to rethink all this. In the past, say in the last decade, we've been really competing against each other, trying to do the best, trying to really get most attraction from the market, etc. So now we are, of course, in a difficult situation, but at the same time relieved from the burden of satisfying the market. So and allows us actually to rethink all what we've done and to take a new approach. And this is not simply an idea to restructure the market internally, but if you look at the market today, there are young people, educated, interested in culture, very much wanting to be immersed in direct experience. So they care a little bit less about luxury or nice places, road, etc., etc. They are willing to take the risk. I mean, and from the research that I've read, is that these people are interested to stay longer. They are not coming for a weekend. They are not willing to take the risk just to stay in a certain place for a weekend. They are really willing to experience culture at the local level. So I think this all brings us to a new idea about how to connect local culture with tourism, and we already have villages that try to develop that, and I'm really excited to see what is going to happen next. And I think with intervention from people who attend this conference, I'm pretty optimistic, that this will work well in the future.
Thank you so much, Bapak Farid. That was the questions from Ibu Madewati. Thank you so much for the questions as well. So do we still have any other questions in the chat room, or for participants who would like to raise questions directly? Okay, it seems that we have one participant that is already connected with us. So you may unmute your audio to deliver your questions directly to Pak Farid. Okay, so it seems that we have one questions or one participants. Okay, in the meantime, while we're waiting, Pak Farid, in the sustainable tourism, basic ideas are preserving or balancing between the people, culture, and also the environment. And what do you think the challenge, especially for the culture itself, in the society of 5.0, in the digital revolution era of 4.0, because everything goes digital? How then our culture goes digital? What kind of approach then that we can apply there, Pak Farid? This is my personal questions while we're waiting for other questions.
Okay, it's a very important question as well. I think what we've been trying to do right now is not to simply bring local culture into digital platforms, but really to rethink of how we actually develop cultural expressions at the local level with the help of digital technology. So digital technology is placed as a tool. It should not be driving our local cultural expressions. No, it should be the other way around. So what we are trying to do with in this context is to help communities, practitioners at the local level, to get acquainted with digital technology so that they can actually make a maximal use of that technology for their purposes. This is really different from the approach of bringing content as much as possible into the digital platform. You're simply moving the same expressions from one place to another, while what is actually is to develop the local expressions with the help of digital technologies so that they can actually also shape the say market, the digital market in that sense. So this is the approach that we are now doing. It requires, of course, again, retraining, reskilling. Not all of the local practitioners, as you know, are familiar with digital technology. I myself am having problem with communication, digital communication, devices and all that. So again, it's really important for us to develop our capacities when it comes to digital communication and try to bring it to the local communities at the grassroots level. But yeah, again, I'm very optimistic if I see, for example, we had a competition, a video competition for villagers, young villagers. I mean, really villagers, people living in villages, no? It's a video competition, and the result of that is really amazing. We got really beautiful, high-quality videos, as now shown on YouTube. I can send you the link afterwards, but showing that we are now also seeing the emergence of a new generation of people, even at the local level, who are very, very, very familiar with digital technology. We call them digital natives, no? So you have them at the local level as well. So these are the different components that needs to be brought together, yeah, in order to answer the problem that you posed in your question.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Farid. So we have one participant that already connected with us, and I think he's already also unmute the audio. Professor Dharma. Prof. Dharma, please. Time is yours.
Thank you and good morning. Thank you, moderator, and good morning. Thank you, moderator, and good morning, Dr. Farid. Dr. Farid. Thank you for your very insightful speech this morning. Sorry, probably having a echo voice. My question is stay away from the digital and technological issue. But wanted to ask you about the relationship between tourism and culture. Really want to go back to the essential connection between tourism and culture, where people say that whether tourism is play important role to the development of culture, or culture play important role of tourism. My question really is how do you evaluate the interaction between culture and tourism in Indonesia in light of the role of the regulation of advancement of culture, undang-undang pemajuan kebudayaan. I hope it's a clear. Enough question. Thank you.
Obviously, Prof. Dharma.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, Bapak Farid, there was a questions from Prof. Dharma related to the connections of tourism and culture. So probably you can just respond directly regarding the questions from Prof. Dharma.
Yes. First of all, thank you, Prof. Dharma. He's actually my senior in the academic world. So how is the relationship between culture and tourism? I have to admit that, as I said before, that it hasn't been very good. Because culture is more understood as arts, heritage, and all that. And what happened is that all these different elements of culture are extracted and brought to the tourism sector, to the market, so to say. So what happened is basically simple commercialization. Of course, the law that you mentioned, the law number 5 of 2017 on the advancement of culture, is not against the use of culture and cultural expressions for economic purposes. I mean, it's clearly stated that one of the purpose of using culture is to enhance, to improve the welfare of the society. I mean, that's very clear. So it's not a law that runs against the idea of using culture for economic purposes. But the relationship between the two has to be clarified. So the idea of the law is basically to look at culture as a very important resource that we have that can be developed, and also then later on used, dimanfaatkan, for different purposes, of which tourism is only one of the many sectors. So it's not like tourism is the what you call that, like the essential part. It is actually on the fringe of different activities that involves the advancement of culture. So or to put it in more simple terms, is that culture is here placed at the upstream, while tourism actually is at the downstream. So it flows down to the tourism sector, and I think what should happen is that tourism is basically based on culture, yeah. Instead of trying to think of what elements of culture can be sold to the tourism sector. So it's a matter of perspective, of course, and I think the law, what it's trying to do is to facilitate more and more endeavors and initiatives to develop culture for different purposes, and look at the tourism sector, creative economy, and all that as a part of the downstream. So instead of like placing it at the head of the initiative, yeah. So yeah, this is basically my response to that question.
Thank you so much, Bapak Farid. Well, we are still waiting for one more questions, probably in the chat room, or for those of you, the participants that would like to raise the questions directly to Pak Farid. We'll give you the time and the opportunity through our WebEx meeting. So please, you can just unmute, or you can just type it first in the chat room to inform us, so you'll be able to unmute your audio, and we'll be also able to unmute your audio. Do we have one person, one participant, right? Yes, it seems that we are having one participant to join us here and raise the questions directly. Not yet? Okay. Okay, we have one question. No? That was Prof. Dharma. He already raised the questions. Okay, so we're still waiting for other participants to raise the questions to Pak Farid in this conference. Another minute. Okay, we have one from Nana Triana Sari. So, Pak Farid, with the sensitive and also fragile nature of the tourism industry, it is highly risky to rely too much, if not solely, on this industry. In your opinion, should Bali slowly move from tourism to other sector of industry in terms of its resilience?
Well, very important. Yeah, I do believe that Bali needs to basically reconsider, yeah, the source of wealth that it actually has. And tourism, again, is one of many sectors that generate the economy. And I think what Bali is very well positioned to do, is to begin to look closer at the wellness industry. Yeah. Wellness industry is not simply a spa and hospitality and all that, but it involves food, medicine, herbal medicine, and Bali has a lot of these knowledge that is required to develop that sector. Indonesia, for example, is one of the most diverse country in the world when it comes to natural diversity. And at the same time, it's also one of the most diverse nation in the world culturally. So, and if you build a matrix of that, try to bring together natural diversity and cultural diversity, you will get a very complex matrix of knowledge on how to develop this wellness industry. And I think, again, Bali is well positioned to do that. It has a lot of like natural resources when it comes to plants and a very well-documented system of knowledge about health and well-being and all that. So I'm very optimistic. I mean, if you move into that direction, that a lot of things can be gained. And at the same time, I think it will also boost the image of Bali of being a well-preserved a place with a well-preserved culture. At the, yeah, for example, the Subak system. Yeah, it's now, yeah, as we all know, suffering from the rapid development of the tourism sector, right? So with the current condition that we have, it's actually an opportunity to revive that, to revitalize that into a direction that's more sustainable, yeah, ecologically, socially, and so on. So I think it requires a reorientation. And that's a major point that I actually want to make in this talk, that you cannot think about recovery without reorienting our endeavors.
Okay, thank you so much. And there was one questions in the chat room from Fida Kome. Actually, he or she lost when you said about recovery is unthinkable without something. So what is that thing? He missed that part. Bapak Farid.
Yeah. I don't know the exact words that I mentioned, but yeah, I think recovery, again, like I just said before, recovery is unthinkable without reorienting, yeah, with a major restructuring of our industry. And it requires, I think, involvement of different stakeholders, really to look closer at what we had in the past and where are we going to go. Yeah. So inclusion is essential here, yeah, of different stakeholders. And normally when it comes to recovery, it will be enclosed walls involving government, people, businesses, etc. This should be opened, should be made more inclusive, yeah. And this is, I think, the way to go, yeah, and without which we cannot think about recovery.
Okay. We're still waiting for other questions in the chat room from other participants, or probably from the participant that would like to raise the questions directly. So let's just wait for another minute before we continue to the next. Okay, we have one person that will raise the questions directly. Please make sure that your audio is unmute. In the chat room, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is another questions from from Kumar Dash again. Do we have any plan to enter into air bubble agreement with India?
No, yeah. Again, it's not. Yeah, it's not. Priority to,
even though it's not your capacity to declare that.
Yeah. But yeah, I think there have been like initiatives like that with other countries, and yeah, I don't see a reason why it should not be organized with India.
Okay, we have another question from Bapak Sandra. Is Bapak want to deliver the questions directly or in the chat room? Is it in the chat room? Let me just check first. Okay, what is the policy of tourism ministry in order Bali is not only for mass tourism for Chinese market, but also rethink about to catch quality tourism from the Chinese market. Okay, this is again, even though it's not your capacity to respond this, but what do you think about how do we act, or how do we make our plan and strategy to create a quality tourism for Bali? So especially in this after the pandemic, or even now in the now normal, quality tourism is promoted by all sectors of tourism industry. So how do we create this quality tourism for Bali?
Yeah, first of all, the most important thing and the first step to take is to understand the market. It is a changing market nowadays. Now, you have, as I said before in the presentation, a young, urban, educated, concerned with environment, social concerns as well, and they are the ones who are willing to travel. Yeah. In the near future. So, and they are very much interested in local experiences, immersed in nature, in cultural expressions and all that. So once we understand that, we can begin to think about strategies and how to develop our destinations, different attractions that we have in order to cater that interest. So that's the very important step to take. And I think Bali is really in a very good position to do that. I mean, Bali is one of the major indicators of global tourism. Yeah. So once you move into that direction, you begin to generate a trend. And this is what I hope will happen in the future with Bali, yeah? That it actually sets a trend, a global trend, and how to recover from the pandemic. And again, I mean, you have already the indicators: wellness, concern with health, the environment, social concerns as well. You have young, educated, urban people wanting to travel, etc., adventure and all that. So what we need to do is to sit together with the practitioners at the local level, down, as I said before, with really artists, Iman, in Banjar, to discuss all these aspects. They're very essential to have that communication, because I think plans that are designed from above, like imposed on people, would not work. Yeah, not today. Yeah, what we really need to do is to rebuild trust from all the different stakeholders into what we are trying to do. And the experience of the past with mass tourism, as you said, mentioned before, with Chinese tourists and mass coming to Bali, minding their own business, no interest or regard whatsoever to local culture. This has to go. I mean, this is not part of the future that we should imagine. Yeah, it should be more based on local resources that we have, and this should be the starting point. So to put it in a more concrete way, what we need is to sit together, with local actors to discuss this thoroughly, and then build up a plan with the idea or with the understanding of that emerging market that I mentioned before. So to find a way to cater the interest of that emerging market is the most important task that we need to do now.
Okay, thank you so much, Bapak Farid. We still have 5 more minutes for the discussion session, so let's just wait for another questions in the chat room or for the participants that would like to raise the questions directly. But I have also another interesting questions for you, Pak Farid. As we know that you mentioned earlier about the potential travelers is the youngsters. The first one is the youngsters, for those who love to take the risk, and then also it includes the backpackers, and this will also relate it to the emergence of the outdoor tourism or even adventure tourism. What do you think about our culture then? Do this target market also really likes to explore or to highlight the culture of the destinations itself, Pak Farid?
Yes, very much. In my own experience, is that we organized a trip, just recently. It's actually a boat coming in, a sailboat coming in from the United States. And we travel along different places. And from that experience, what I gathered is there is huge interest in local culture. And I think the key word here is authenticity. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what people want to see. No, they don't. I mean, the days where we presented everything on a tray for tourists is now slowly shifting. Yeah, there's a new generation who's much more interested in authentic expressions, probably not as beautiful as we had before, but it's real. Yeah, it's direct, and I think this is now the direction in the future, and we have to anticipate that. Yeah. And again, I think there is large interest in local cultures nowadays among young people. I mean, if you look even at the OTT digital platforms for videos and all that, there is always interest in something authentic. I mean, as opposed to all these nice promo videos that we had in the past, right? I mean, now people are more interested in something genuine, something direct, happening real time. So this is the new, let's say, atmosphere that young people have, and yeah, we need to cater to that interest.
And as we also have to rely on domestic market, what do you think the way of your directorate to promote culture authenticity of Indonesia, or of its certain parts of Indonesia, to our domestic market, to our target market in the domestic area? How we promote it?
To bring as much as possible into the light. Yeah. So, because the domestic market, or Indonesians in general, know quite little about each other.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they know little about their own culture, right?
Yes, correct.
So, especially if you're in urban settings and all that. So what we need to do is to bring as much local culture as possible. But of course, in different ways. I mean, you cannot impose like the traditional classical way of doing things like dances, etc. And you need to provide access for them. I normally use the analogy of a door. Right? You have to provide the door so that people can enter. And once they enter, then they can like find their own way. But you have to open that door. And opening the door here means that bringing local culture in collaboration with more modern forms of expressions. So DJ meets dancers, so, and different initiatives and experiences like that. And we have many, and one of the most famous, I think, form of this is if you're familiar with that video called Lati, the Weird Genius. So they are actually basically hip-hop DJ, more into electronic dance music, but they combine that with their understanding of local culture and create a very beautiful new expressions. And more initiatives like that are emerging right now. And this is what we have to kind of capture, in order to bring together like tradition and modern forms of expression. It's happening already. So what our Director General is doing, basically provide a platform for that to happen for different practitioners, either from tradition, modern, contemporary, to meet, to discuss, and then produce new forms of expressions.
Okay, thank you so much. So it means that we bring a new language to the approach for cultural to be promoted to the younger generations or even the domestic market. Thank you so much, Bapak Farid. So probably you'll be able to deliver your closing remarks before we close this Q&A session. Pak Farid, please.
Well, if you allow me, I will convey my concluding message in Bahasa Indonesia ya. Jadi karena banyak serta dari kita nih dari Indonesia, pesan saya sederhana gitu, bahwa di masa yang sulit selalu juga ada kesempatan kita untuk memikirkan ulang banyak hal. Dan ini sebetulnya adalah ajakannya, dan kami dari Direktorat Jenderal Kebudayaan tentu akan sangat senang jika ada inisiatif seperti itu, dan berharap kita bisa segera berjumpa. Ya, terima kasih sekali lagi.
Thank you so much. Terima kasih Bapak Hilmar Farid, Director General for Culture, Ministry of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia. Thank you so much from Bali. So see you in another occasions, of course. So now, ladies and gentlemen, that was our keynote session today. And actually, we have our parallel sessions. Of course, we have 10 rooms for the parallel session that will be started sharply at 11 a.m. local time or the Bali time. So we have like 15 minutes break before we start the parallel session. But before we start the parallel session and also the break session, we would like to remind for those who haven't filled the attendance list, please make sure that you also find the link in the chat room for the attendance list. And then also we have an important notice for all of the participants, that is for those of you who join the parallel session 1 and 2 at room 5, it will use this main room of Wayback. So in the room 5, we have the moderator, Dr. Nararya Narotama, later on. And the name of the room itself is the Unut Meeting Room 17, or this plenary or the main room of the Wayback itself. So you can see all of the details for our parallel sessions in the guidance book. So please just check and make sure that you will stay connected with us in the correct parallel room and in the correct session. So we have the amazing speakers in the parallel sessions. We have a lot of speakers, so please just check the guidance book and you can find your respective session in the parallel room. It will be start once again at 11 a.m. local time or the Bali time. And we will have 2 parallel sessions later on, starting from 11 a.m. the parallel session 1, and then it will be the lunch break before we continue to parallel session 2. And we back again to the panel session in this main room of Wayback's meeting on the Second International Conference on Tourism and Entrepreneurship by 2:30 p.m. local time or Bali time. And the panel session, we will have 4 invited speakers later on. And once again, it will start by 2:30 p.m. local Bali time. And it will use this main room of Wayback's meeting. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much once again for joining us on the Second International Conference on Tourism and Entrepreneurship. Stay connected with us, and the parallel session will start immediately 11 a.m. Bali time. Thank you. Enjoy your break, and we'll see you back in this main room during the plenary session at 2:30 p.m. Bali time. Enjoy.
Tes. Tes. 1, 2, 3, tes. Tes. 1, 2, 3, tes. Tes.
taste of coffee always sweet on every moment of life, and we know that the taste is very unique. Different origin can produce different tastes as well. That's why we are looking for an authentic taste, a taste that can represent the story behind it. The search for original taste of coffee has bring us to a last and spacious coffee plantation in Catur village, Kintamani. A village where the locals are warmly welcome you with health standard as a response of current issue. Taste a cup of tea that is made from the skin of coffee cherry. A lighter taste of coffee that will warm up your body in the midst of cold mountain air in the morning. Always put the mask on to keep you safe while exploring the richness of cultural and natural resources of Catur village. You will always able to choose whether to go for trekking or take the bicycle with you, all in your convenience. Explore the mesmerizing natural surroundings and find the hidden beauty behind the plantation to the hills. The fresh air and the calm atmosphere will take you back to the history where the village life began. Take a step to Penyajagan Temple, where the Balinese culture harmoniously blend with China's culture, an origin of the village livelihood. A temple which has always become the north direction for the villagers. Re-energize your body with fresh orange fruit right from the plantation. The plant that grow together along with the coffee and bring a unique taste to the famous Kintamani coffee, an Arabica coffee that brings life for the villagers. The vivid red color of coffee cherry is a happiness for the farmer, a new start for the whole brewing process of the coffee. From the talented finger hands to the passion of the heart to deliver the best quality coffee. At Catur village, you can easily find the traditional process of coffee journey. With the utmost Balinese hospitality from the locals, start the coffee journey from harvesting, pulping, drying, sorting, till roasting process, all in traditional way. Don't forget to visit the traditional kitchen sour, and sweet taste of coffee will always here, as the same way in our life. Like the yin and yang, the two different colors, which is always together. The coffee journey at Chatur village has taught us on how to live in balance. From tolerance of culture in the society to the way of preserving the environment. As the philosophy of coffee, when the coffee is hot, it comes to the rescue. But when the coffee is cold, it just chill you out. That's how the bitter taste of coffee will sweeten up your day. This is the taste of life, a philosophy of coffee experience in Chatur village, Kintamani, Bali.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will be your moderator for today. But firstly, I would like to apologize for the delay because of the technical issues that we have here. And for today, we have 6 presenters. The first is Mr. Igede Sutarya, then Awi Furukawa. The third is Abhishek Rajesh Kumar Mehta. Number 4, Michael Rodolphus Sawu. Number 5, Valencia Lavinia. And number 6, Made Budiarsa. Okay, we do hope that all presenters will be ready in this room. Okay, first I would like to explain a little bit about the rules of the presentation. So each presenter must follow these rules. The first presenters are not allowed to change schedules that we already know. And then the presentation start according to the sequence number in each room. The third presenter time is only 10 minutes. So 7 minutes for presentation and 3 minutes for question and answer. So we do hope that everything will be on time. And during the event, it is mandatory to mute your microphone. And for presenters, it's mandatory to turn on your video. First, I would like to invite Mr. Igede Sutarya. Mr. Igede Sutarya. Hello.
Yeah. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Could you unmute and turn on your video, please?
Yes, yes, I have unmute. I have, yeah. Test, test. Test. Hello. Test.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Igede Sutarya. It's really nice to see you again.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Hello. Very nice.
Yes.
Yeah. Hello. Very nice. Hello.
Could you please share the PowerPoint, please?
Yeah. I don't know how to share. I don't know how to share.
Yeah, there's a share button over there on the bottom.
Can you guide me on the button?
There's a share
button.
on the bottom.
Where is it? On the chat.
On the bottom of the app.
On the chat.
No. On the bottom, there's a share sign, share button.
Which one? Oh, share this one. Which one? Oh, share this one. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes. From computer.
For other presenters and participants, you could ask question through chat, through the chat window. Yeah. So let me know if you're already set, ready to go.
Yeah, there are many difficulty. There are many difficulty.
Okay, no problem.
I cannot share. I cannot share my PowerPoint. My PowerPoint. Sorry. Sorry. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Okay.
My iRiver.
But you already have your PowerPoint, right?
Yeah. I have. But I cannot share.
Okay, one of the committee will contact you and ask for the PowerPoint presentation so you can send to her. Okay. I will move to the second presenter. Is Awi Furukawa from Nagoya Gakuin University. Awi Furukawa.
Ya, tidak bisa share.
Awi Furukawa.
Saya kirim ke sini ya. Bantu nge-share nih. Iya, siap. Siap.
Okay, so we will wait for Awi Furukawa for show up, and then we move to the third presenter, Abhishek Rajaskumar Mehta. Are you there? Abhishek Rajaskumar Mehta from Parul Institute of Computer Application, Parul University.
Share PowerPoint. Okay, we back.
Okay. Okay. I don't think he's here. Okay, for Mr. Sutarya, could you send the PowerPoint? You can send directly to the committee in the WhatsApp group as well, so we can help you from here. Then we move to the fourth presenter, Michael Rudolphus Sawu. Michael Rudolphus Sawu from Udayana University. The title is The Digital-Based Creative Economy Tourism in Labuan Bajo. Michael, are you there? Michael? Michael, could you turn on your microphone, please? And share your presentation.
Yes.
Yes, Michael. Could you share your presentation? Okay.
Present.
Michael?
I'm sorry, I got.
Could you hear me?
I'm sorry, I got like not the same problem like the presenter send it in.
Ya Pak, terus masih sedang share.
Okay. So, okay, then we will give you time for taking care of these issues, and then we move then to the fifth presenter, Valencia Lavinia from Udayana University. The paper entitled social media marketing through the TikTok application and its impact on Bali tourism during the COVID-19 pandemic. Valencia, are you there? Hello, Valencia. Nice to meet you. Okay, so for the presentation, the duration is around 10 minutes, 7 minutes for papers, and 3 minutes for question and answers. Okay, could you share the material, please?
Yes, please wait. Please wait.
Okay, you may proceed. Sorry, excuse me, just a moment, please. Could you be a little bit louder and more clearly because we cannot hear you very well from here? Could you
Hello?
repeat, please?
Hello?
Yeah, that's better,
So in this digital era, we're stakeholders, market. Form is the
Okay. Yes, thank you, Valencia. So actually, it's not really clear. Yeah, we do have an issues about the signal of your Wi-Fi, but okay, we can clearly see it from your papers. Okay, we can see clear it from your presentation. Okay, is there any question from the audience? Okay. Is there any questions? Okay, there's questions. My name is Minarni Detan from Nusa Cendana University. Okay. So it's not a question, but it's about the event actually. Okay, and then thank you, Valencia. Then we move to the last presenter is Made Budiarsa.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Prof. Made Budiarsa. Yes, nice to meet you, Prof.
Yes, nice to meet you too.
Could you share?
Yes, nice to meet you too.
Yes, please share your PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, can you see that? Okay, can you see that?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
your
you very
time
much.
is
Okay, thank you
10
very
minutes.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, my point, language and cultural landscape digital tourism destination, case study in Canggu. Done this actually. I have done this another students, that is Johannes. Okay. Okay. The introduction. I cultural landscape and nomads destinations. Okay. The research paper on language and cultural destination. Case study. Canggu. I think the voice is not so good. That is going. I think.
Hello, Prof.
Yes. Yes. The research cultural landscape. The point that we are going to our discussions. Yeah, today that is about cultural.
Hello, Prof. We cannot hear you.
Yes, because it's not in the presenter. The problem is there in the committee. You cannot help us.
Okay, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. Please proceed.
Yeah, because the problem, the problem is there. It is not in the presenters. Okay. Right. Next,
okay, thank you.
Next, to examine the phenomena and culture as a culture of global in the area of nomadic destination. Yeah. What does this mean? That is the global globalization will influence a lot. In the culture of local people here. And then the language also. Culture will also be combined. Yeah, because we have a direct contact with those. That's the point. Then the culture will influence the how we have to see our problems. Okay, the objective of this research is the specific objective. Are the presentation of language, of global culture. There is direct contact between language and global culture. Is mostly applied in the advertisements by the people who live in China. The point is the global culture and the language especially English or maybe combined in the form of semiotic signs. Those semiotic signs as advertisements, as well as to develop language and the tourism pairs. To analyze the phenomena of global language with a natural setting, nomadic tourism destination. Yeah, we would like to focus our attention on the phenomena global language culture and the culture will influence the place where working. For example, if we do our business restaurant and whatsoever, then we try don't all in the digital system. Digital and kind of change identities and kind of change identity and authenticity of local and culture the core to reasons because reasons there will influence there will influence their identity and the authenticity of like a language because there is a direct context with those who are different local language especially local language especially here and also the culture brings will also influence the way how people will use their language. The change in the language landscape is question in the use of language in the form of public billboard, street listening, and commercial part of sign, both monolingual and multilingual. Semiotics find everywhere in Canggu. The Canggu is a modern city there. Yeah. Everyone will come. Especially those will admire. Transform of the area because was scattered with a lot of semiotics, signage, commercial signs, and so on and so forth. Okay, the cultural change in the language and culture in Canggu have the opportunity to see the local identity destination transform into global tourism. What does this mean? What does this mean? Or the people in Canggu, or the area in Canggu, the public will be influenced by cultural background, brings influence also the way of how the people at Canggu will interact with each other, and they will change, especially in the culture. The culture here, behave, it's not both are combined there. Both are combined there. Positive and negative. Actions. The things a lot of people in Brazil come from. Okay, literature review and British development. Studies are the landscape study. Studies of public and commercial space. Yeah. While the cultural landscape has not been studied in depth. This is the most important race here. Yeah. Because we are focusing on the relationship, cultural habits, the commercial actions. Because the aim here, there is the commercial why, so that at least people will follow the way how the strangers will behave. That is the point that I would like to state here. The research methods. The research on language and cultural landscape. Qualitative methods reveal socio-cultural meaning phenomena. Qualitative method used in case study study in detail and depth about an individual group, institution, or organizational level what actually happening there. That is the qualitative. The qualitative method. Find out in depth. Would like find out in depth is all behind. Yeah, this all because these activities of the people or group of people there, we will find out how deep the culture of the student Bali will influence in their activities, in doing their activities, in doing their business, especially giving the services to the customers. Okay, result and discussion. Yeah. There are 5 landscapes in the area of regional tourism. And we use this kind of tourism. There is a ethnoscape, financescape, mediscape, and videoscape. Yeah, these are the points that we have got. After having this as all based on data, then we can find the results of the analysis. That is the ethnoscape and technoscape and financescape, mediascape and videoscapes. The ethno is on the people and the techno based on the technology used, then finance how we have to increase our funding or how we have to increase our money. Yeah, making money, how we have to do so. And then especially how we have to communicate using the media, especially technical media. And ideoscope is dealing with how we have to think about something. The modality of technical knowledge can be seen from the 5 landscapes. Yeah, those are the point that we have they analyze the data. And the conclusion there. The nomadic digital destination landscape. This research has identified a nomadic digital destination landscape in Canggu, Bali. The Canggu destination landscape includes ethnoscape, technoscape, and mediascape, and financescapes and ideoscape. The 4 scapes from a specific culture, namely work and travel culture. I think that's all my presentation today, and I hope you will have the idea what I mean by this topic today. Thank you very much. Okay, finish.
Thank you so much, Professor. It's really interesting topic about the digital nomads in Canggu. Is there any question from the audience? Michael, do you have any questions? Hello, Michael. Okay, he didn't respond. Thank you so much, Professor. We will move to a break session today. And but before I would like to ask Mr. Sutarya, are you ready to give presentation?
Yes, I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, then please share your content, please. Thank you so much, Professor Budiarsa. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hello, you can see my. Hello, excuse me. You can see.
Yes, yes,
You can see my PowerPoint. My PowerPoint.
yes, yes, Mr. Gede. Yes, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning.
I'm talking about the
I'm talking about the
retreat tourism product in society 5.0. Next. Hello. Yeah. As you know that the spiritual activities developed on Bali tourism started in 2000, and then after that there are many spiritual conference at Ubud Bali influence the spiritual tourist activities in Bali. And after 2020, there are many programs about the spiritual retreat in Bali, especially in Ubud and also in the other area of Bali. The retreat tourism concentrate on the meaning of life correspond with the development of society 5.0. So because of that, this article I am to refer retreat tourism product on the relevant in society 5.0 by applying product planning and destination theory. Ladies and gentlemen, a retreat in society 5.0, there are relation between the retreat program and society 5.0. The keyword of retreat are far away from the crowd and the spiritual activities. That is relevant with the tourism theory, that the tourist activities depend on searching and escape from the crowd, escape from the problem, and then searching the meaning of life. And the keyword of society 5.0 is enhancing the quality of life. Because of that, there are correlation between the spiritual activities and the quality of life. Kim and Sam Kim, 2019, proved that in their study about the relation between a pilgrim in Rome and enhance of quality of life. Also, the previous study, August 2015, also proved that the correlation on the study about Vipassana in Israel and America, there are correlation between the enhance of quality of life and the spiritual activities. The study about relation retreat tourism and society 5.0 is new study, especially in Bali, and also in the other place and in the world. The finding is retreat tourism based on environment, and the society 5.0 based on sustainability. So that's why there are relevance between the basic environment and sustainability. And also retreat tourism also based on ancient basic knowledge, and the society 5.0 based on knowledge. So there are relevance between the retreat tourism and society 5.0. And in retreat tourism, especially in digital era recently, also use digital technology because of the COVID-19, and then society 5.0 also based on technology. And the retreat tourism also developed more in routine life, and society 5.0 how to make life easier. So there are relevant between the retreat tourism and society 5.0. So that's why I suggest that the retreat tourism can be produced as a product for the society 5.0, because the core of the product is the health relation related to the enhance of the quality of life, and also the tangible product as a program and training, and augmented product are historical and mythical attraction. That is the added value of the retreat tourism in Bali. The product is relevant with the Society 5.0, which for the sustainability and natural environments, and a story related to the protection culture side that must supported by environment. So that's why the retreat tourism support the product on Society 5.0, because that is related to how to protect the culture and how to protect the environment, because culture and environment support the retreat product, and also support the product of the Society 5.0. So there are relation between the retreat product and the Society 5.0. So I suggest that the retreat tourism as a product of for the Society 5.0. Thank you very much. That is all my presentations. If any question you can ask directly, or you can write on the chat. Thank you. I deliver my time to moderator. Hello.
Mr. Gede Surtaria. It's really interesting topic about the retreat tourism. Yes, as a product for Society 5.0. For audience, is there any questions? Okay, I can hear any questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Gede Surtaria, for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr.
And now, thank you so much. And now we will proceed to the next presenter, Mrs. Deno. Mrs. Deno, are you there?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon. Nice to hear from you.
Yes.
So the paper is entitled "The Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Impact in the Development of Paksa Bali Tourist Village, Klungkung Regency."
Yes.
Could you share your presentation, please?
Okay. Okay. Can you see my slide? See my slide?
Yes.
Yes. So this is actually the research from Bapak Iwayan Pantiasa, who conducted a research in Paksa Bali tourist village, and he's looking at the economic, socio-cultural, and environmental impact in the development of Paksa Bali tourist village in Klungkung Regency. So Paksa Bali tourist village, it started operating as a tourist village since 2017 until now, under the management of the village-owned enterprise or BUM Desa. Paksa Bali is one of the villages in Dawan district and located in the east of Semarapura city, which is only 1 kilometer away. And the tourist attractions available there are natural tourism, cultural, and also its handicrafts. For the natural tourism include Unda River or Tukat Unda. It stretches wide and a dam is built by forming a giant curtain, in addition to being used for selfie and also pre-wedding. It's also known for a good place of rafting. And then the hills of Paksebali village, it's a row of hills that stretches across Paksebali from the west to the east, and it's used for trekking, selfie, and photo facilities. The Seganing Park is a place of eternal holy water for purification, and it's always used to purify the community and also for the spiritual tourism. And for the for the cultural tourism, there are Dewa Masraman, which is carried out by the people of Paksebali village every 6 months. To be precise, on Kuningan holidays, the culture has been known to foreign countries, and also Lantai dance. It's a sacred dance that is usually danced during Piodalan at the Panti Timbrah Temple, and to be precise, at the time of Piodalan Pahing. And the dance is danced by local young women. And the next is Malukat Geni. It's a fire war, which is carried out by the community in case of congregation coincides with Pengerupukan holidays, the day before Nyepi, which is carried out annually. And the last one is Barong Dance. It is carried out if there is a request from visitors or guests who want to see the live performance. And the third one is handicrafts for social tourism in the form of various handicrafts. Paksebali village has various kinds of handicrafts that are in a great demand by local and foreign guests, such as endek, weaving, and prada, alang-alang roof on Gambalan, and also traditional umbrellas and glass painting. For the research methodology, the data collection was carried out by field observation, in-depth interviews, and there are 28 respondents selected purposively. The respondents include the residents of the Banjar or the neighborhood in Paksebali village area, and the Kalian Banjar, the head of the village, and the managers of tourism village, and also the Bumdesa and his staff. The data collection was also carried out by studying documents through files, documents in the form of photo of tourism and village activities, online media regarding Paksebali Tourism Village, and also the focus group discussion held at the Kaliunda restaurant on October 15, 2020, which was attended by the local community, totaling of 30 people. And then the result and discussion from the economic impacts, the profit was rising since 2017 until early 2020, but due to the pandemic of COVID-19, the profit was decreasing significantly because the restaurants and other tourist attractions were closed. And then from the socio-cultural impacts, the social life is going well without indications, conflicts of interest, which is managed by village-owned enterprise, preserve their own culture. And from the environment, local people preserve tourism as such to remain natural, beautiful, and unique. And it's from the conclusion, it can be concluded that there is more positive than negative impacts from the development of tourism in Paksebali. With the support from the government and the community, Paksebali Tourism Village will be more sustained. That's the end of my slide. Thank you for the time. And I deliver back to Mr. Naro as the moderator.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Denok Lestari, for your presentation. And then I would like to ask Minarti Detan.
Here. Here.
Okay. Hello, Minarni.
Hello.
Could you share your presentation, please?
Sure. Okay, 1 second.
Yes, this paper entitled Analysis of Effectiveness and Contribution of Regional Tax on Regional Income in Kota Kupang. Yes, it's from Nusa Cendana University.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for the time given to me. My name is Minani from Faculty of Economic and Business, Nusa Cendana University. So today I would like to present my paper with the title of Analysis of the Effectiveness and the Contribution of Regional Tax on Regional Income in Kota Kupang. So regional autonomy in Indonesia has come a long way. The era of regional autonomy, which officially came into effect in Indonesia since January 1st, 2001, requires regions to be creative in finding sources of revenue that can finance regional government expenditures in the context of implementing governance and development. Of the various alternative sources of revenue that may be collected by regions, the law on regional government stipulates that regional taxes are one of the sources of revenue originating from within the region and can be developed according to the condition of each region. Based on the 1945 Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia, which places taxation as one of the manifestations of statehood, it is emphasized that the placement of burdens on the people, such as taxes and other levies that are compulsive, is regulated by the law. So thus, local tax collection must be based on law. In accordance with the law, regions are given the authority to collect 16 types of taxes, namely 5 provincial taxes and 11 types of regency or city taxes. Kota Kupang is the municipality located in the province of Nusa Tenggara Timur. Kota Kupang is an area that is directly adjacent to Kupang Regency as well as the capital of Nusa Tenggara Timur. In this case, Kota Kupang is a strategic city in Nusa Tenggara Timur. In its position, Kota Kupang plays an important role in the development of Kota Kupang as well as the capital city of the province because it is a cross-border area, which is also the gateway to the east, which in itself provides a very large opportunity for development. The result of research at the Kota Kupang Regional Revenue Agency showed that each year the realization of regional original revenue in the city of Kupang has increased from 2015 to 2016. The increase in the realization of regional original revenue is inseparable from the efforts of local governments to increase regional revenue from potential local tax sources. However, from 2017 to 2019, there was a decrease between target and realization. Based on the table, this table, it can be seen that every year, the target for achieving local taxes to be collected always increases. This shows that the city of Kupang has quite potential sources that can be utilized as a source of regional income. The realization that didn't meet the target became a very interesting problem for researchers to become a research topic in order to find out what was actually happening at the time which caused the target not to be achieved optimally. So based on the background, we have like 2 problems for formulation. The first one is how significant is the effectiveness of local taxes on the original revenue of Kota Kupang in 2015 to 2019. And the second one is about how significant is the level of contribution of local taxes to the regional income of Kota Kupang in 2015 to 2019. So in this research, we use several literature, and the first one is about regional autonomy, and the second one is about original local government revenue, and the third one is about taxation. So moving on to the research method. The research approach used in this research is quantitative descriptive research using comparative analysis to determine the level of effectiveness and contribution of local taxes to locally generated revenue in Kota Kupang. There are 2 analysis techniques we use in this research. The first one is about regional tax effectiveness analysis,
And the second one is about regional tax contribution analysis. So for the regional tax effectiveness analysis, it is used to see the effectiveness of different types of regional taxes. It is done by comparing realization of local taxes versus the target set, and then we multiply by 100. So if the number come out and then you will see the number according to the table, then you can classify the effectiveness of the regional tax according to the criteria. Moving on to the second analysis is regional tax contribution analysis. So the contribution of local taxes is an indicator used to determine how much local taxes contribute to total regional original income. Again, based on this table, you can see that if the number is between 0% to 10%, then it is classified as very less criteria, and then so going on until about 50%, which is classified as very good. Now about the results and discussion. So this table shows the lowest percentage occurred in the type of parking tax, which was 51.7% in 2019. Then also the other lowest percentage occurred in the type of entertainment tax, namely 66.6% in 2017 and 78.78% in 2019. In the above data, there is also a blank column on the sea excavation tax object and groundwater, which was not recorded in 2017 to 2019 because the tax object is no longer the object of regional tax in Kota Kupang. So meanwhile, the data for land and building taxes cannot be found. Overall, the effectiveness of local taxes in Kota Kupang is very effective for 2015 to 2019. However, the criteria for less effectiveness exists in 2017 and 2019 for the type of entertainment tax, while the ineffective criteria occurred in 2019 for the type of parking tax. So this is evidenced by the low average calculation of effectiveness compared to the previous year in the study of 93.68%. And then the next one is about contribution of regional taxes to local revenue in Kota Kupang. So based on this table, it shows that the amount of regional tax contribution to original income has increased from year to year, where the largest contribution occurred in 2019, amounting to 93.48%. This increasing contribution of taxes is not only followed by an increase in the contribution of regional user fees. Regional levies actually show a lower contribution, where the lowest contribution actually occurred in 2019, where in that knowledge, the contribution of local taxes was very good. This shows that if the retribution revenues increases, it will greatly affect the contribution of taxes and other resources of revenue, which are the source of local revenue. So this proves that the contribution of tax or revenue from the tax sector is still the prima donna for Kota Kupang in increasing its regional income coffers. However, local levies actually contributed less, even very less in 2019, because the contribution was only 5.447%. And the last one is about the analysis of contribution of local revenue in 2015. Several research results also show that the contribution of local taxes always provides a larger portion compared to other sources of regional revenue, such as levies and other regional revenues. Therefore, the government must be able to try to optimize the sources of local tax and retribution by socializing taxation so that people are more aware and obedient to paying taxes. I think that's all from me. Thank you for your attention, and if there's any question, I would like to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Minarni. So interesting topic. Is there any question from the audience? Minarni?
Yes.
Yes, I just have a question for you.
Yeah.
So on the slide, can you show me the slide, please?
Sure. So 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah. So which slide are you referring to?
This the fourth slide actually.
Before.
The fourth slide.
Before. Okay.
Next, please. Next.
Next.
And about the groundwater and excavation sea.
Okay. 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 Wait. Okay. Wait. The table. Oh.
Okay, so I just curious around year 2017, 18, and 19. So there's
Yeah.
no text on
Yeah.
excavation sea and groundwater. Can you please explain?
So there's a blank column. There's a blank column on the expectation object and the groundwater, which was reported 2017 to 2019, because the tax object is no longer the object of regional tax in Kota Kupang. So that's why there are no number put in the table, because during the time of the year, the object about efficiency and the groundwater is no longer the object for the tax in regional taxes.
Thank you for your explanation.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Is there any question from other
Is there any
participants?
question?
Okay. We will have a break for this session. We do hope there's other participant, Robinson, then Farida Rahmawati, and Prosper Kweku Hoyi. Is there any participant from Robinson, Farida, and Prosper?
Yeah. Prosper is present.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we will, before your turn, we will take break about 15 minutes because we need to reset our tools here. So hopefully we can give a better experience for this conference. Do you mind?
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay then. So we will give a break for 15 minutes and then we kindly ask you to join again after the break. Thank you so much.
tes, 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 tes. Biarkan Mas speaker. Biarkan Mas speaker. Tes. Ke Webex Mas. Tes. Tes. Kalau dimatiin. Tes. Tes 1 2 3 tes. Tes 1 2 3 tes. 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 Tetap masuk. Tes. 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 T.
Dia berubah gininya, acara unutnya. Good afternoon. So we will continue for the second session. First presenter is Mr. Robinson Osarumwense Owen Bugie from University of Benin, Nigeria. Is Mr. Robinson here? Mr. Robinson? Okay, then now we will move to the fourth presenter for this second session, Mrs. Farida Rahmawati from Universitas Negeri Malang. Mrs. Farida, are you there? Mrs. Farida? Okay, now we will continue to Mr. Prosper Kweku Huihil. Hello, Mr. Prosper.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So the title for this paper is The South African Supply Chain Management Policy, Perception of its Influence on Police Service Delivery in the Northern Cape Province. He is from Central University of Technology. Could you please share your presentation?
Please, can you see?
Yes, it's coming, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, please proceed. The time is yours.
All right. Yeah, my presentation looks at the South African supply chain management policy and then what it has done to service delivery in the police service. South Africa, as we all know, moved from a new system of governance in 1994 from the apartheid system to the multi-party democracy. And with that coming of a new dispensation, there was a need for the country to come out with new policies to renew the governance in the country. So in 2003, the country came out with one of the policies that came out was the supply chain management policy. The intention of this policy was to increase efficiency in service delivery to the public. So that policy came for government departments, the public service, to use it to acquire goods and services and be able to offer services to the citizenry. And it applied to the South African Police Service also. For the South African Police Service particularly, the challenge has been that people have complained about their services, you know, the kind of services they deliver to the public. And our intention in this paper is to see whether the supply chain policy has helped the police service to be able to improve service delivery to the public. But first of all, you see, the service delivery is at two levels. There's internal service delivery. Internal service delivery is what you do to your staff within the organization. You know, service is delivered. Units deliver service to each other, or departments deliver service to each other. In this particular case, it is about whether the appropriate services are being delivered internally to enable the police service to function and deliver external service delivery to the public. Okay, so the aim of this paper is to contribute to the understanding of supply chain management policies. Whether to understand whether supply chain might enhance service delivery capabilities of government departments. Research question. There are two research questions that the study seeks to answer. What is the extent of internal service delivery as perceived by the police personnel in Northern Cape Province? And then what is the extent of external service delivery as perceived by police personnel in the Northern Cape Province? So this question, this paper sought to find answers to this question. Now, the methodology, the research was conducted within the general framework of public policy theory, and then the dimension of the supply chain management policy were critically analyzed and defined and factored into the measurement instrument for data collection. Also, the various dimensions of service delivery were analyzed and defined and factored into the measurement instrument. Stratified random sampling was employed to select the sample, and then data collection itself was a cross-sectional survey in which 174 members of the police service were responded. The data was then statistically analyzed to yield the results. Now, this is the results section. Remember, I said internal service delivery first, because you have to be able to deliver service internally to your staff. Then now they can deliver service to your clients. Okay, with the South African Police Service, internally were they able to deliver the necessary services to, for instance, the law enforcement unit, those who really go out to enforce the law. Okay, now, the aspect of internal service delivery, there were so many, because it's a bigger study. There were so many aspects, but the aspect of internal service delivery that we're looking at here was what? Officials understand. Because for you to implement a policy, the first thing you do when you come out with a new policy, the first thing you do is to make sure that your staff have understood that policy. You have to market the policy to your staff through training and all that, so they can understand the policy. Because if they don't understand the policy, they will not be able to implement and deliver service to external stakeholders. So an aspect of internal service delivery, which was tested, was officials' understanding of the policy. The supply chain policy, the critical elements are what you see on the slide there. The critical component: demand management, acquisition management, logistical management, performance management. These were the critical elements. And we tested the understanding of the staff, to what extent they understood those things. On a scale of 1 to 5, an interval scale, we found the following means, as you can see. For instance, demand management, their level of understanding was 3.272 with a standard deviation of 1.286, which boils down to about 65% level of understanding, because on a scale of 1 to 5, 3 is about 60%. So that's the meaning of the mean percentage column that you see there. So to get to 65% and above, it shows that a considerable amount of understanding. If they were taking an examination, they are fast. It shows a considerable level of understanding of the supply chain management policy by the officials of the Northern Cape Province Police Service. So that was under, so we took it out. Okay, with that, it shows that at least when it comes to marketing the policy, it was well marketed. So the understanding level, service has been delivered, internal service delivery had happened. Okay. Then another aspect of internal service delivery was the logistical management. Logistical management. Like how you actually give the goods and services to the various departments, especially the law enforcement unit, to go out to deliver when it comes to delivering the goods and services, the actual logistics. And you can see there, for instance, to what degree are orders placed in a timely manner for goods and services, and so on and so forth. Inventory levels set correctly to avoid shortages and all that. This is still internal service delivery, because these things have to be given out to the staff to perform. And again, when you look at it, the mean always above 3, except the last one. But the composite mean is above 3. So again, over 60% achievement. Okay. So again, so when we brought these two together, generally you see that they were above 60% when it comes to whether understanding or logistical management. Internal service delivery looked quite good. Then external service delivery. If internal service delivery looked quite good, what about external service delivery? Okay, and now we looked at it. External service delivery, we looked at it this way, the staff perception, because within themselves, they should do an introspection and tell us what do they think about external, what they are doing to the public. First of all, we looked at it from one level, service concept, which means what the law tells you to do. What do you think the law tells you to do? We went into the various laws and regulations establishing the police service, the constitution and all that. And we found out what? The law says the police, their function should be what? Prevent crime, combat crime, investigate crime, maintain public, as you see on the slide. So we asked you, do you think you are doing this thing? Are you preventing crime? Do you think, no, first of all, service concept, we have said, do you agree at this level, service concept, we asked, do you agree these are supposed to be your functions? And you can see the mean 3.8, 3.9, 3. Generally above, overall, above 3.9. So they agree that this is by law, the functions that they are supposed to do. 3.9 is getting to 80% level of agreement. They agreed. So service concept is telling them by law, you are supposed to do this. Do you agree? And they said yes. And there was about 80% level of agreement. Then we go to value. Value now, the value items is about what? Have you really done it? If you agree by law, this is what you are supposed to do. Have you really done it? Have you really done it? What extent do you think you have really done crime prevention, combating crime, investigation of crime, and so on and so forth? And you can see the mean 3.155, 3.1. In fact, if you look at it, you see that the composite mean is about 3.1715, which is on the lower side compared to the service concept, which was on the higher side, getting to 4. So when you match the service concept against the value, whether what you have really done, you can see that the staff were a bit more, they they didn't rate it very high. Okay, they didn't rate it very high. It's lower side getting to 3. So it's an indication that what external service delivery, they agree those are their functions, but they don't really think that they have achieved so much compared to what they are supposed to do. Okay, so in terms of internal service delivery, we can, as you can see, we can say that what it looks not bad because generally it was okay. But now when it comes to external service delivery, when you compare the value, the actual realized external delivery compared to the expected, the realized external service delivery is a bit lower. So we can conclude, therefore, that yes, the staff of South African Police Service, they know their functions, and then they understand the supply chain management policy. They believe that largely about 65% level, there has been internal service delivery, but when it comes to external service delivery, they are a bit more conservative. They are not that too sure. So in that extent, external service delivery has not achieved the level that it is expected. Okay, so that is the conclusion. And as you can see in this study, only descriptive statistics were used to analyze the data, and then future studies to consider using inferential statistics. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Prosper. Is there any question from the audience? It's really interesting topic about how supply chain management influence the service delivery of police. Okay, anyone? Okay, I think there's no question for Mr. Prosper. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, I will proceed now to Mrs. Farida. Mrs. Farida, are you there? Okay, if not, then I will continue to the next presenter. He just joined us, Aoi Furukawa from Nagoya Gakuin University.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Please share your presentation, please.
How?
Mrs. Furukawa, hello.
Just a second.
Okay, okay. So for your information, the presentation will be held for 10 minutes. Okay, are you ready? Okay, you may proceed. Thank you.
I'd like to say something about the advertising. To begin with, the target of study is to measure the effect of advertising. One of the most important ways that online advertising has
Hello.
One of the most important ways that online advertising has compared to other advertising here is to measure effectiveness in various ways. And a specific study earlier, the survey to Korea Central Park, Serap, and prefecture. Recently, analysis has been undertaken the implementation of its development plan of the park. However, visit to the park has been running since 2019. Next, I'd like to talk about the we use several adverts, which is pay-per-click. Link. In order to direct tourists to a specific destination, it is necessary to notify the tutorial of its participants. To achieve this study developed a website to introduce tourism information, display keyword advertisement, and measure effect. In addition, we developed website using free software because of the degree of customization required. Lantai and berita atau the web page. This is the broad structure of Colombian market. We display as on research picture of keyword to regional tourism, such as tourism, not tourism, and not tourism. And use this as attract participants. This study examines the research, website utilizing the analytics. Table 1 shows the thumbnail. It might show the number of as was 8,520 in 5 years. The most common thumbnail was deferral. The one on excited and social report to Facebook from other websites. Search engine bookmark on web browser. Social networking service respectively. The total cost of advertising was 20,427. The allocation of the CPC was 200. Gross, there were 961 applicants. There were 991,522 impressions. Yes. three was Syrian and Greeks. So the conversion occurred 643 times. Conversion is action that advertisers want such business to form. This study was split into two groups. Group 1, series keywords such as series and announced. There was 622 clicks related to its latest edition and history of the capsule. There was 339 clicks. This table shows the result of the previous GDLN. Marginally, cost per click, cost per correctness of the figures on group 2 was superior to group 1, is also a ACPC and the article function. Consequently, this survey specimens the range CPC and the average CPC of group 1 was higher. The difference between the average CPS of the others was about 49 yen. Correct. CPR of group 2 was higher than that of group 1, unless the intent is to correct business immediately. He was as like 12 years in group 2. Highly advantageous in order to not even target status these who are interested in a particular subject could pay off. Next, that's what I'm asking us. What's the as for voting keywords such as now they were not clicked. The number of impressions for most of these words was less than 300. Regarding the conversion rate of each keyword, rate of component keywords as regional was comparatively high. Probably the legal convention whose purpose was presumably the search for information about the destinations, such as nodal aquarium and nodal hot spring. No, these tendencies can be found with respect to the fixed radio. The compound keyword associated with protein is a occasional completely the amount of impressions was 903 visitors who searched these words were likely looking for information on a TV drama with the same name. Also, open probability sometimes increase advertising cost of CPC, but not always contribute to business in this way. On to conclusion, comparing the group was superior to other group 1. It was the average CPC and average specifically. The difference between the average CPA of the other group was about 49 yen. Whereas group 1 obtained more conversions same period. Regarding the conversion rate of each chip, the rate of compound was such as clustering was comparatively high, while sometimes CPAs are higher. And to talk about future differences. Also, most of is discussed. Or the measurement to be expert. Thanks. Thank you for your attention.
Furukawa, thank you so much for your presentation. But actually, the signal is, I think it's there's so many loss in translation, I think. But we can read your paper through the PowerPoint. Is there any question for Furukawa and Tim? Okay. Okay, I don't think there's any question for Awi Furukawa. Thank you so much for your presentation. Then we will continue to Abhishek Rajaskumar Mehta. Abhishek Rajaskumar Mehta, are you there? Okay. I believe he's not here. Then I will ask for the third time, Robinson from University of Benin, Nigeria. Are you there? Farida Rahmawati from State University Malang. Are you here with us? Okay. I believe most of the presenter already present their research paper. So we will continue in few minutes. Please stay in this room, in this plenary room, for your announcement for best paper and best presentation. Thank you so much. I hope to see you again in the future. Goodbye.
live in the society. From carving to sculpture, they had drawn their life from generations. With the greatest dedication and high talented hands, they formed the sources into a high quality of arts. Arts that preserving the values of culture. Arts that can enticing in a glance. They do believe that tradition and culture will always lead them into a harmonious life. Life that is connected to the soul of nature. Because nature is the source of our life. Don't forget to taste a traditional cuisine of timbukan. A cuisine that is made from natural ingredients and cooking process. A traditional dish that gives you a high quality taste that you will never forget. Nature is also formed in many things that influence the life of the villagers. Not only in the sculpture and cuisine, but also in body movement. Learn how the Balinese dance as an offering to the Almighty God. And feel the vibrance at the temple. A mesmerizing temple with great reliefs in Balinese architecture. All you can find in Singapadu Tengah, Gianyar, Bali. A sincerity of arts. The taste of coffee, always sweet on every moment of life. And we know that the taste is very unique. Different origin can produce different tastes as well. That's why we are looking for an authentic taste, a taste that can represent the story behind it. The search for original taste of coffee has brought us to a vast and spacious coffee plantation in Catur village, Kintamani. A village where the locals are warmly welcome you with health standard as a response of current issue. Taste a cup of tea that is made from the skin of coffee cherry. A lighter taste of coffee that will warm up your body in the midst of cold mountain air in the morning. Always put the mask on to keep you safe while exploring the richness of cultural and natural resources of Catur village. You will always able to choose whether to go for trekking or take the bicycle with you, all in your convenience. Explore the mesmerizing natural surroundings and find the hidden beauty behind the plantation to the hills. The fresh air and the calm atmosphere will take you back to the history where the village life began. Take a step to Penyagjagan Temple, where the Balinese culture harmoniously blend with China's culture, an origin of the village livelihood. A temple which has always become the north direction for the villagers. Re-energize your body with fresh orange fruit right from the plantation. The plant that grow together along with the coffee and bring a unique taste to the famous Kintamani coffee, an Arabica coffee that brings life for the villagers. The vivid red color of coffee cherry is a happiness for the farmer, a new start for the whole brewing process of the coffee. From the talented finger hands to the passion of the heart to deliver the best quality coffee. At Catur village, you can easily find the traditional process of coffee journey. With the utmost Balinese hospitality from the locals, start the coffee journey from harvesting, pulping, drying, sorting, till roasting process, all in traditional way. Don't forget to visit the traditional kitchen, a place where the local roast their beans. Get involved in the process to know how the locals take care of their coffee as the same way as how they take care of their family. Because coffee is their life, and the bitter, sour, and sweet taste of coffee will always there, as the same way in our life. Like the yin and yang, the two different colors, which is always together. The coffee journey at Catur village has taught us on how to live in balance. From tolerance of culture in the society to the way of preserving the environment. As the philosophy of coffee, when the coffee is hot, it comes to the rescue. But when the coffee is cold, it just kills you out. That's how the bitter taste of coffee will sweeten up your day. This is the taste of life, a philosophy of Kavi experience in Catur Village, Kintamani, Bali. The noble of culture is always reflected in every breath of Balinese. That valuable legacy has been inherited by the villagers of Singapadu Tengah from generation to generation. With their utmost hospitality, always makes every single person that come to the village feels like home, and the villagers are belong to their family. A village where the culture snake into every single activity in the daily life. Even the warm breeze on the rice field can make you realize the sincerity of the locals. Everything they do is come from their heart. With Tatuang Asi philosophy, their sincerity of humanity even more reflected. Because they believe that every single person is equals and there is no difference between you and me. The village is also surrounded by green and lush natural resources that can make you step back from your daily hustle and take a deeper breath to calm your mind. Art is another form of culture that lives in the society. From carving to sculpture, they had drawn their life from generations. With the greatest dedication and high talented hands, they form the sources into a high quality of arts. Arts that preserving the values of culture. Arts that can enticing in a glance. They do believe that tradition and culture will always lead them into a harmonious life. Life that is connected to the soul of nature. Because nature is the source of our life. Don't forget to taste a traditional cuisine of Timbukan. A cuisine that is made from natural ingredients and cooking process. A traditional dish that gives you a high quality taste that you will never forget. Nature is also formed in many things that influence the life of the villagers. not only in the sculpture and cuisine, but also in body movement. Learn how the Balinese dance as an offering to the Almighty God. And feel the vibrance at the temple. A mesmerizing temple with great reliefs in Balinese architecture. All you can find in Singapadu Tengah, Gianyar, Bali. A sincerity of arts. The taste of coffee, always sweet on every moment of life. And we know that the taste is very unique. Different origin can produce different tastes as well. That's why we are looking for an authentic taste, a taste that can represent the story behind it. The search for original taste of coffee has bring us to a last and spacious coffee plantation in Catur Village, Kintamani. A village where the locals are warmly welcome you with health standard as a response of current issue. Taste a cup of tea that is made from the skin of coffee cherry. A lighter taste of coffee that will warm up your body in the midst of cold mountain air in the morning. Always put the mask on to keep you safe while exploring the richness of cultural and natural resources of Catur Village. You will always able to choose whether to go for trekking or take the bicycle with you, all in your convenience. Explore the mesmerizing natural surroundings and find the hidden beauty behind the plantation to the hills. The fresh air and the calm atmosphere will take you back to the history where the village life began. Take a step to Penjajagan Temple, where the Balinese culture harmoniously blend with China's culture, an origin of the village livelihood. A temple which has always become the north direction for the villagers. Re-energize your body with fresh orange fruit right from the plantation. The plant that grow together along with the coffee and bring a unique taste to the famous Kintamani coffee, an Arabica coffee that brings life for the villagers. The vivid red color of coffee cherry is a happiness for the farmer, a new start for the whole brewing process of the coffee. From the talented finger hands to the passion of the heart to deliver the best quality coffee. At Chatur village, you can easily find the traditional process of coffee journey. With the utmost Balinese hospitality from the locals, start the coffee journey from harvesting, pulping, drying, sorting, till roasting process, all in traditional way. Don't forget to visit the traditional kitchen, a place where the local roast their beans. Get involved in the process to know how the locals take care of their coffee as the same way as how they take care of their family. Because coffee is their life, and the bitter, sour, and sweet taste of coffee will always there, as the same way in our life. Like the yin and yang, the two different colors, which is always together. The coffee journey at Chatur village has taught us on how to live in balance. From tolerance of culture in the society to the way of preserving the environment. As the philosophy of coffee, when the coffee is hot, it comes to the rescue. But when the coffee is cold, it just chill you out. That's how the bitter taste of coffee will sweeten up your day. This is the taste of life, a philosophy of coffee experience in Chatur village, Kintamani, Bali. The noble of culture is always reflected in every breath of Balinese. That valuable legacy has been inherited by the villagers of Singapadu Tengah from generation to generation.
with their utmost hospitality, always makes every single person that come to the village feels like home, and the villagers are belong to their family. A village where the culture snakes into every single activity in the daily life. Even the warm breeze on the rice field can make you realize the sincerity of the locals. Everything they do is come from their heart. With Tatuam Asi philosophy, their sincerity of humanity even more reflected. Because they believe that every single person is equals and there is no difference between you and me. The village is also surrounded by green and lush natural resources that can make you step back from your daily hustle and take a deeper breath to calm your mind. Art is another form of culture that live in the society. From carving to sculpture, they had drawn their life from generations. With the greatest dedication and high talented hands, they formed the sources into a high quality of arts. Arts that preserving the values of culture. Arts that can enticing in a glance. They do believe that tradition and culture will always lead them into a harmonious life. Life that is connected to the soul of nature. Because nature is the source of our life. Don't forget to taste a traditional cuisine of Timbukan. A cuisine that is made from natural ingredients and cooking process. A traditional dish that gives you a high quality taste that you will never forget. Nature is also formed in many things that influence the life of the villagers. Not only in the sculpture and cuisine, but also in body movement. Learn how the Balinese dance as an offering to the Almighty God. And feel the vibrance at the temple. A mesmerizing temple with great reliefs in Balinese architecture. All you can find in Singapadu Tengah, Gianyar, Bali. A sincerity of arts.
The taste of coffee, always sweet on every moment of life. And we know that the taste is very unique. Different origin can produce different tastes as well. That's why we are looking for an authentic taste, a taste that can represent the story behind it. The search for original taste of coffee has bring us to a lush and spacious coffee plantation in Catur village, Kintamani. A village where the locals are warmly welcome you with health standard as a response of current issue. Taste a cup of tea that is made from the skin of coffee cherry. A lighter taste of coffee that will warm up your body in the midst of cold mountain air in the morning. Always put the mask on to keep you safe while exploring the richness of cultural and natural resources of Catur village. You will always able to choose whether to go for trekking or take the bicycle with you, all in your convenience. Explore the mesmerizing natural surroundings and find the hidden beauty behind the plantation to the hills. The fresh air and the calm atmosphere will take you back to the history where the village life began. Take a step to Penyajagan Temple, where the Balinese culture harmoniously blend with China's culture, an origin of the village livelihood. A temple which has always become the north direction for the villagers. Re-energize your body with fresh orange fruit right from the plantation. The plant that grow together along with the coffee and bring a unique taste to the famous Kintamani coffee, an Arabica coffee that brings life for the villagers. The vivid red color of coffee cherry is a happiness for the farmer, a new start for the whole brewing process of the coffee. From the talented finger hands to the passion of the heart to deliver the best quality coffee. At Catur village, you can easily find the traditional process of coffee journey. With the utmost Balinese hospitality from the locals, start the coffee journey from harvesting, pulping, drying, sorting, till roasting process, all in traditional way. Don't forget to visit the traditional kitchen, a place where the local roast their beans. Get involved on the process to know how the locals take care of their coffee as the same way as how they take care of their family. Because coffee is their life, and the bitter, sour, and sweet taste of coffee will always there as the same way in our life. Like the yin and yang, the two different colors, which is always together. The coffee journey at Catur village has taught us on how to live in balance. From tolerance of culture in the society to the way of preserving the environment. As the philosophy of coffee, when the coffee is hot, it comes to the rescue. But when the coffee is cold, it just kills you out. That's how the bitter taste of coffee will sweeten up your day. This is the taste of life, a philosophy of Kavi experience in Catur Village, Kintamani, Bali.
The noble of culture is always reflected in every breath of Balinese. That variable legacy has been inherited by the villagers of Singapadu Tengah from generation to generation. With their utmost hospitality, always makes every single person that come to the village feels like home, and the villagers are belong to their family. A village where the culture snakes into every single activity in the daily life. Even the warm breeze on the rice field can make you realize the sincerity of the locals. Everything they do is come from their heart. With Tatuam Asi philosophy, their sincerity of humanity even more reflected. Because they believe that every single person is equals and there is no difference between you and me. The village is also surrounded by green and lush natural resources that can make you step back from your daily hustle and take a deeper breath to calm your mind. Art is another form of culture that live in the society. From carving to sculpture, they had drawn their life from generations. With the greatest dedication and high talented hands, they formed the sources into a high quality of arts. Arts that preserving the values of culture. Arts that can enticing in a glance. They do believe that tradition and culture will always lead them into a harmonious life. Life that is connected to the soul of nature. Because nature is the source of our life. Don't forget to taste a traditional cuisine of Timbungan. A cuisine that is made from natural ingredients and cooking process. A traditional dish that gives you a high quality taste that you will never forget. Nature is also formed in many things that influence the life of the villagers. Not only in the sculpture and cuisine, but also in body movement. Learn how the Balinese dance as an offering to the Almighty God. And feel the vibrance at the temple. A mesmerizing temple with great reliefs in Balinese architecture. All you can find in Singapadu Tengah, Gianyar, Bali. A sincerity of arts.
The taste of coffee, always sweet on every moment of life. And we know that the taste is very unique. Different origin can produce different tastes as well. That's why we are looking for an authentic taste, a taste that can represent the story behind it. The search for original taste of coffee has brought us to a lush and spacious coffee plantation in Catur village, Kintamani. A village where the locals are warmly welcome you with health standard as a response of current issue. Taste a cup of tea that is made from the skin of coffee cherry. A lighter taste of coffee that will warm up your body in the midst of cold mountain air in the morning. Always put the mask on to keep you safe while exploring the richness of cultural and natural resources of Catur village. You will always able to choose rather to go for trekking or take the bicycle with you, all in your convenience. Explore the mesmerizing natural surroundings and find the hidden beauty behind the plantation to the hills. The fresh air and the calm atmosphere will take you back to the history where the village life began. Take a step to Penyagjagan Temple, where the Balinese culture harmoniously blend with China's culture, an origin of the village livelihood. A temple which has always become the north direction for the villagers. Re-energize your body with fresh orange fruit right from the plantation, the plant that grow together along with the coffee and bring a unique taste to the famous Kintamani coffee, an Arabica coffee that brings life for the villagers. The vivid red color of coffee cherry is a happiness for the farmer, a new start for the whole brewing process of the coffee. From the talented finger hands to the passion of the heart to deliver the best quality coffee. At Catur village, you can easily find the traditional process of coffee journey. With the utmost Balinese hospitality from the locals, start the coffee journey from harvesting, pulping, drying, sorting, till roasting process, all in traditional way. Don't forget to visit the traditional kitchen, a place where the local roast their beans. Get involved in the process to know how the locals take care of their coffee as the same way as how they take care of their family. Because coffee is their life, and the bitter, sour, and sweet taste of coffee will always there, as the same way in our life. Like the yin and yang, the two different colors, which is always together. The coffee journey at Catur village has taught us on how to live in balance. From tolerance of culture in the society to the way of preserving the environment. As the philosophy of coffee, when the coffee is hot, it comes to the rescue. But when the coffee is cold, it just chills you out. That's how the bitter taste of coffee will sweeten up your day. This is the taste of life, a philosophy of coffee experience in Catur Village, Kintamani, Bali.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants of the Second International Conference on Tourism and Entrepreneurship. Welcome back to the main room of our conference. And this is now the time for us to start again the plenary session here. So, ladies and gentlemen, having have finished the parallel sessions, the whole 10 different rooms with different topics and also presenters as well. Now it's our time to continue again with the next agenda. That is the main panel discussion. And for the panel session, we will have 4 speakers here. The 4 presenters are Professor Dr. Inyoman Dharmaputra, Dr. Inyoman Sunarta, and then also our third invited speakers is Fia Kaslu Vilimonau and also Professor Michael Hitchcock. However, before we continue by hearing the presentations from respective speakers, I would like to greet all of you, the participants of our conference. Welcome back to this main room once again. And please don't forget, before we start the session, we would like to remind all of you here to please make sure that your audio is already mute. An exception is, of course, for the speakers and also for the moderator. Later on, the Q&A session will be led by our moderator, and all of the questions still can be written or typed in the chat room, or you may also raise the questions directly or orally later on during the discussion session. And you may choose to on or off your camera during the session. However, later on, we will have no more photo session. Therefore, I think it is okay or fine as well for you if you want to turn off your camera. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to introduce our moderator for this panel session. So, our moderator is a lecturer in the Polytechnic Negeri Bali. So she gained her bachelor degree at the Udayana University and then master in tourism management, University of Wolverhampton, UK, and the PhD degree in tourism management at Edith Cowan University, Australia. Having a very long experiences as an expert lecturer as well, technical advisor of Posantan Village Community-Based Tourism Jembrana Regency, and also a member of Jembrana Regional Tourism Promotion Board until now. Without further ado, please welcome Professor Nimade Ernawati, MATM, PhD. Good afternoon, Prof. Ernawati.
Good afternoon, Ibu MC.
Om Swastiastu.
Om Swastiastu, Ibu.
All right. So, yes, we have a very interesting session here with 4 invited speakers in the panel session. So, without further ado, I will hand the floor to the moderator. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ibu. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure after the break, we are refreshed now. But firstly, I would like to address the participants, the academicians, lecturers, students, industry practitioners, as well as the government representative who might be still on this platform. Finally, we come to the last session of the ICTE conference, highlighting the theme, addressing the new challenge of sustainable tourism, Business in Society 5.0. The panel session of the invited speaker is divided into 2 parts. The first one is the presentation session from the invited speakers, in which each one will be allocated 30 minutes to present the papers. And then the last part is a discussion session for 15 minutes altogether for the 4 speakers. In this panel session, we have 4 distinguished speakers. As per the rundown, the first speaker is Professor Dr. Inyoman Dharmaputra M. Lit, a professor in Indonesian literature at the Faculty of Humanities, Udayana University, Bali. The professor obtained his PhD from the School of Languages and Cooperative Culture Studies, University of Queensland in 2003, and also teaches in tourism subject at master's and doctorate programs at Tourism Department Udayana University. His research interest centers around Indonesian and Balinese literature and culture. He was also a guest lecturer and had conducted his research in collaboration with some overseas institutions and also universities such as Cross-Cultural Center Ascona in Switzerland, and then University of Melbourne, Tokyo University, KITLV Leiden, and University of Glasgow. Has published many journal articles at international journal publishers. Among of his books is published in collaboration with Professor Michael Hitchcock, who actually, the book, I have read some of them for my thesis, PhD thesis. Our second invited speaker is Dr. Inyoman Sunarta, MSE, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Tourism of Udayana University, had completed his undergraduate education and master degree at Gadjah Mada University and obtained his doctorate degree at Udayana University in 2015. Has been affiliated with the Faculty of Tourism of Udayana University since 1988. Yeah. And then also published a vast number of articles in the field of tourism, majoring in community-based tourism. Our third invited speaker is from overseas, Dr. Vyasolo Philomono. I hope that I pronounce it correctly. Had completed his PhD in Faculty of Management, Bournemouth University, UK in 2003. Currently is a lecturer at and also program leader for postgraduate hospitality management. Apart from management, Dr. Philomono also an expert in the field of geography as well as environmental management. Between 2006 and 2021 has won more than 10 international research grants. Among those is one with in collaboration with Udayana University, and has written many books, book chapter, and vast number of journal articles. Dr. Philomono also speaks 5 languages: Belarusian, Russian, English, Polish, and German. And our last but not least invited speaker is Professor Michael Hitchcock. This is very familiar to me because I use a lot of his books for my reference during my PhD study. The professor is an expert in tourism as well as tourism management. Currently is a lecturer at Macau University of Science and Technology and also affiliated with Institute of Creative and Cultural Entrepreneurship, Goldsmith University of London. And also an outstanding experiences and practices in the field of tourism, conducted in affiliation with many universities around the world, and also authors and editors for quite numbers of books and book chapters, and write more than 50 journal articles. They are our invited speaker for our conference today. I'm sure that we will be absorbing a lot from their knowledge and experience. Without further ado, please welcome our first speaker, Professor Dharma Putra. Professor Dharma, are you here already with us?
Yes, Dr. Anna. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much. Time is yours, Professor.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Yep. Has the screen come up? Hopefully so, yeah.
Yes, it is come up. Good, very good now.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the committee who invited me to come to share my research interest to this important conference. I would like to say good morning to my colleagues in London, Professor Michael Ichko, and also my colleagues, Dr. Fias Kalau Fili Mona. Must be still morning in your place in the UK. Today, I would like to talk about the role or the involvement of Balinese women in tourism industry. Although the theme of this conference is dealing with the revolution industry 4.0, I think as been said or stated this morning by our Directorate General, Dr. Farid Hilmar, in this time of pandemic, it is important for us to contemplate what we have done and where we will go next after the pandemic is over. So today I would like to use this opportunity to take a liberty to look at the what has been overlooked by a researcher on Bali tourism, especially the role or the involvement of Balinese women in tourism industry. I'd like to see what kind of painting that we can taken out from their activities. And the scope of my presentation will be started with the background, problem, and aims of this presentation, and then looking back to the beginning of the milestone, actually when the Balinese women really started to saw their involvement in the tourism industry. And then by using the biographical approach, I would like to introduce 4 Balinese tourism heroines, which is in the Indonesian word probably can be called Sri Kandi. Sri Kandi is a hero in the Mahabharata story who is expert in arching pana. What is pana? Arts. And she's always one, well, in the war. And also later on, I also will stated the lesson that we can learn from the future when the tourism industry really enter into the digital world. And as a background, I would like to say that the Balinese women have made a significant contribution to the development and advancement of the tourism industry of Bali, but there has been no comparable appreciation to their contribution. For example, between 2003 to 2007, around 5 years, Governor of Bali gave tourism award to 35 figures of Bali tourism, but only 3 of them were women, including Mrs. Taman, who is well-known for pioneering in travel industry in Bali. She was given award in 2004. Don't make a mistake that she was born in 2004. And then Ni Rampi from Kuta, one of the pioneer in the hospitality industry in Kuta. And he was, we were told that Ni Rampi had a close connection with the Ketut Tantri, who built Kuta Beach Hotel back in the 1930s. And then Makiko Iskandar is a Japanese-born entrepreneur, married to Indonesian and based in Bali. She is also active in the a number of tourism association, so she's played important role in developing Japanese tourism market, especially Japanese, where she come from. There are many other women who deserve the award, but they have never received it like their men counterparts. So most of the award recipients have been men. In light of the COVID pandemic, which has made tourism stand still, as I said before, it's just time to reflect on and assess gaps in research. That is the contribution of Balinese women in the development of tourism industry of Bali. So the aims of my presentation, as I attached before, is to examine the significance of the improvements of Balinese women in the development of tourism industry in the last 7 decades, beginning from the 1950s to the present. The reason to pick this decade is because there is a strong evidence that by the 1950s we saw the Balinese women started to show their improvement. I will go for more detail later on in my discussion. And then apart from providing a first pictures of the gendered landscape of the Bali tourism industry, my presentation is also try to provide an inspiring story to encourage women and also, of course, men, all of us, to take further part in the tourism industry. Especially women, improvement is still much needed to support the sustainable development of tourism industry. I will develop further into some argument. And this is 4 Balinese tourism heroines or Sri Kandi that I choose in this my presentation. The first one is Ibu Kompiang, who is now, or since at least 2008, became a priest as to follow her husband, who already passed away by now. And the second one is Made Mase, who run and manage her warung, Made's warung. Everyone probably know and been there to taste their menu. The third one is Made Yani, who is 59 years old now, and who run the elephant, the adventure tour in Bali, including the elephant park and lodge in Gianyar, not far from Ubud. And the last one is Eka Wuryastuti. She is a entrepreneur-based politician who became the head of the district of Tabanan, and she played a very influential role in managing tourism potential in her region. I will talk about that later on again. And the some information about the subject of my study. Say the 4 women are chosen as a subject of the study based on their achievement. 3 are, as I mentioned before, run different business, and 1 entrepreneur-backed politician who became a district head for 10 years for 2 periods of headship. Those entrepreneurs are Mrs. Astuti Kompiang. Hereafter, I will call her Ibu Kompiang, Made Mase, the owner of Made's warung, and Yani Mason. And then the entrepreneur background politician is Eka Wuryastuti, Tabanan district head. They were selected for particular contribution they have made in the development of tourism in the time span from the mid-1950s to the present. But before that, and also in order to properly situate their contribution and improvement, would like to take the time to look back briefly on the tourism development in Bali. We know that the tourism industry of Bali started in the colonial period in the 1920s, but the real and significant development took place during the period of President Sukarno after independence 1945. But being half of Balinese, Sukarno mother was a Balinese, and Sukarno offered Bali to build an international hotel. Local leaders accepted the offer, but asking for more. Hotel and airport. I got an information that Sukarno was kindly offered to, but as an option, whether Bali want a hotel from the central government or Bali want to build an airport. Either one, they have to choose. But the local leader argued that the hotel without airport would be empty. So there's no point to build hotel if there is no airport in Bali. While at the same time, if airport was built, but there's no hotel, the hotel, the visitor who come to Bali will have no place to stay. So based on this argument, at the end, Sukarno agreed to the requested of the local leader in Bali, and he approved to the build of the mega project in Bali. The establishment of the Bali Beach Hotel in Sanur started in 1963, and the expansion of the domestic airport into international airport. But Sukarno was then under house of arrest, so he cannot follow his mega project in Bali. He was under house of arrest following the 1965 allegedly communist coup, and then the project was continued by his successor regime, President Suharto. The operation of Bali Beach Hotel in Sanur and expansion of the Bali Airport by the end of the 1960s marked the beginning of the mass tourism of Bali. Those who often read any literature on tourism in Bali often discuss this as a background of the discussion of tourism of Bali. And this is pictures of the Bali Beach Hotel. The only hotel in Bali has a 10-story building, because by the late 1970s, there was a regulation for Bali to build only 15 meters tall of building. So they're not allowed to build more than 15 meters. So they use the coconut tree as the benchmark to keep the Bali green. The other pictures is on the airport of Bali, which is now become a very one of the busiest airport in Indonesia before the pandemic attack. And the beginning of the milestone, I would like to say, it's the 1950s. Actually, when a Brahmin couple from Denpasar, Ida Bagus Kompiang and his wife, Bu Kompiang, built a hotel in a quiet place in Sanur Beach. It names Segara Village Hotel. Segara means ocean, so Ocean Village Hotel. They built it in 1956, which is 10 years earlier than the Bali Beach Hotel. So we can see how visionary the couple was. During those time, Sanur was very quiet. There was only one villa on the north of the Segara village, which is occupied by a Belgian artist, Lee Mayor, married to local dancer Nipolo. On the south, there was a Sindu Beach Hotel used to own by the Koninklijke Paket Vaart Maatschappij, the cruise ship owned by a Dutch company, which has then become, during the nationalization of the foreign ownership, and then managed by the Indonesian hotel management, the same management with the upcoming Bali Beach Hotel. So Sanur Beach was very quiet at that time when the Bu Kompiang and her husband started to build a hotel there. While busy helping her husband to manage the hotel, Mrs. Bu Kompiang started her art shop and handicraft business, both from Bali and Jakarta, so required her to travel a lot between both places. The couple had a very good foundation of business, started as a entrepreneur in the textile industry in Denpasar and Surabaya, and then also in Jakarta later on. So the business that they run together allowed them to own some profit, and then bought some lands in Sanur. I was told that actually the family has a number of land block in Sanur, but they didn't want to use one of them. Instead, they decided to buy their own to build a hotel. So and this is the interesting part of the Bu Kompiang personality. Beginning from 1962, the time of the grand opening of the Hotel Indonesia in Jakarta, prior the opening of the Asian Games, Ibu Kompiang was granted or allowed to hire an arcade, an art shop in the Hotel Indonesia, where she saw a souvenir from Bali, and then from that business, then she got a client from Japan. From when she started to do handicraft business export. Their hotel is now, to make the story short, to her legacy, the Segara Village Hotel now still in operation in Sanur, and managed by first their children or their son, and then now by their grandchildren. And the people in Bali, those who involved in tourism industry, respected them, the couple, as the pioneer of hospitality industry of Bali. Some detail of Ibu Kompiang background. She was born in 1933. She took only a secondary school education. After marrying, they ran a textile business in Denpasar and Surabaya. The reason for them to be able to run a business from East Java, because her husband went to school in the city of Malang and Surabaya, so the East Java was a familiar places for them. In 1961, after successful in some business, Pak Kompiang and Bu Kompiang become very close to local leader. And also close to the President Sukarno. Sukarno was halfly Balinese, and he often spent plenty of time in Bali. And then wherever the president go or came to Bali with a state guest, Bu Kompiang and Pak Kompiang always asked to help with some activities. And from then on, it is open a chance for Mr. and Mrs. Kompiang to be involved more in the Indonesian national level of diplomacy. For example, they were given a trust to lead and involved in the Indonesian International Art and Culture Mission, such as Indonesian Floating Fair in 1961, and travel around Asia. Actually, they want to travel to Hawaii, but because the ship having a problem, they cannot do to Hawaii, but they went to Japan and then to a number of Asian countries to promote the Indonesian trade and also tourism. Ibu Kompiang also introduced a Bali night, dining plus Balinese performing art in entertaining the guests who stay in her hotel. And I would like also to add a bit of, because the Segara Village is the only hotel or one out of 3 hotels. Her hotel often dubbed as a diplomat hotel, because a lot of diplomats in Jakarta in those times who had, who spent the time in Bali for a weekend, they has no choice to stay except in the Segara Village. So the hotel had a lot of frequent guests who were a diplomat at that time. Ibu Kompiang also carrying out a regular international promotion and sales call as the general manager of Segara Village, because her husband were busy, were occupied with her other social activity, like as the head of the Hotel and Restaurant Association, also as an honorary consul for a Scandinavian country. 4 countries in the Scandinavian area appointed him as a honorary consul in Bali. Therefore, the main role of running the hotel was given to Bu Kompiang. So Bu Kompiang played important role. She's not only a housewife, but also play important role in running the family business. And also she been the head of the Bali Association of Women Tourism Association, IWATA, for 10 years. This is some images for Bu Kompiang, the Indonesian Floating Fair of Indonesia, who travel from Indonesia to Japan, Thailand, Hong Kong, Philippines, Singapore, and Indonesia where all the trade potential of Indonesia were promoted and then were performed on the ship instead of on the land. So this is some pictures when she went to, this is from Japan, when the ship anchored in Japan. And now I come to the second heroine, Made Mase, who was born in Kuta in 1954. She only held a primary school education. She was a smart girl, but her parent, as a farmer, cannot afford to pay her to go to school. So she's starting to help the parent in running the family warung or food stall, mainly sell things good for a local customer. By the times goes, she continued to run the warung for international visitor in the arrival of a surfer or cultural interest and the so-called hippies in the early 1970s. She married to a Dutchman, Peter Steenbergen, in 1974. And then by 1980s, Warung Made became one of the favorite places in Kuta, visited by superstars like Mick Jagger and many other celebrities. In those times, other area of Kuta still hasn't developed as it is now. For example, Seminya is still a quiet place, and Made decided to go there to Seminya to open the area. And then it's proven that the arrival of the opening up of the new Made's Warung in Seminya helped to speed up the development of Seminya. And the development of Seminya also helped the...
Your time is still 5 minutes. Yeah, you still have 5 minutes. Please continue. Yes.
Thank you very much. I will go quickly. That was the Made Mase, and now she has her warung open in Amsterdam. So we can see that how the Balinese woman lack in the formal education, but able to run a business and contribute to the development of Bali tourism. And Made Warung promoted Balinese cuisine, and hospitality become one of Bali's iconic restaurant, often labeled as another Bali landmark. This is some pictures of Warung Made from 70s, and then also Mick Jagger, Warung Made with President SBY, and so forth. Now is Made Mase, born in 61, and she's married to British Aussie, and run a business of adventure. Again, her business also attracted a lot of international celebrities, including Julia Roberts, the I Love movie star. Before she started to shoot the movie in Bali, she went to the elephant parks of the Madayani. Madayani play important role in the business, looking after the management, financial, and also ensure the quality of the product, to ensure the Balinese culture elements of every product. So every place of their product outlet, flower are put, incense are put to give a special atmosphere in their products. So this is some of their company, including the Sea Bali from the air and airport helicopter. So she employed almost 700 people before the pandemic. So quite a big company. And this is interesting person also, Eka Wiryastuti. And the main things that Eka has done is to influentially run the community-based tourism in Tabanan Regency. Tabanan Regency is very interesting. It's one of the regency who given by God 3 natural resources. The region has a sea, a beautiful beach. The region also has a lake, and also the region has a mountain. Not all of region area in Bali has those 3. So those are very important. And the Tanalot Temple is one of the example of community-based tourism. The Jati Luwe Rice Terrace, which is part of the UNESCO World Heritage, it also run and managed by using community-based tourism. So community-based tourism is very phenomenal in Kuta district. in Tabanan district, where communities not only own, but they also have a share in the income of the tourist attraction. Like here, Tabanan government has a 58%, and the rest is belong to the community. And so it's in the Ulun Danu Temple, another example of community-based tourism in Tabanan. Government only takes less. Community take 60%. Government happy to have 25%. So in order to maintain the tourism object in Tabanan, Bupati Eka Wiryasuti introduced 3 phenomenal example of CBT. And the development of tourism in Bali, and now I try to painting the new pictures and ending my presentation, has provided an opportunity for women to work in the public sector so as to change the landscape of gender relation in society. Balinese women not only work as a middle to low income employees in the tourism sector, but many also appear as successful entrepreneurs and create job opportunity. There are a number of studies on the improvement of Balinese women in the tourism sector, but most of them looking at the women who work in the middle lower level of management. It hardly any work that look after the role of the woman who successfully work in the upper level and also run their own business. That is the main things that I'll try to offer in this, because since the Balinese women have intensively involved in the tourism industry, it is possible to paint a new painting of gender equality landscape of Bali tourism industry. So not only as a way to appreciate their role and contribution, but also taking lesson from their experiences that might useful to apply when tourism sector begin to face real challenges of the digital world and all its consequences. The last slide is that the 4 Balinese women also the importance of working hard, the importance of preserving local culture, being sensitive to the outside world from which tourists come from, and always caring about the ultimate goals of tourism development is for the welfare of the community. The absorption of the tourism into the digital world cannot be avoided, of course, but the ultimate goal of tourism development for culture preservation and community welfare needs to be held firmly as one by 4 inspiring Balinese tourism heroines. I should leave it there, and if anything that uncovered in my oral presentation, we can pick it up later on in the discussion. Thank you very much, Erna.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Dharma. That is certainly something to balance the gender issue. I'm, as a Balinese woman, feel really appreciated, especially on the last part, last 2 slides, how Balinese women and their participation are actually very significant contribution to the development of tourism in Bali or in Indonesia in general. Loud of applause for Professor Dharma Putra, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We continue now with our second invited speaker, Dr. Nyoman Sunarta, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Tourism. Time is yours. I can see that Bapak Sunarta is already with us.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Erna, as a moderator. Thank you very much for your time. Let me share my presentation. Sorry. Sorry, the committee, could you help me to share my presentation, please?
Would anyone in the committee to assist? Yes, the committee to assist in sharing the slides, please.
It's already in the screen, Bapak Nyoman Sunarta.
Okay.
We already share your presentation.
But we still cannot see it actually on the screen.
Yeah.
Not yet. Sorry. But I got here, but not in your screen maybe.
All right. It is just not show up. It is only on the fraction of screen. Maybe the committee can enlarge and adjust the screen to make it a bigger, because this is still small.
This is still small. Okay, I think I can read it my screen, but I would like to continue my presentation. You don't mind, moderator?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my topic is a little bit different than my professor. Maybe before I continue my presentation, I would like to say thank you about my colleague, about my invited speaker from Europe, Professor, we call it Fias Kalau. Thank you very much for your join with us. And also my old friend, Professor Michael Hitchcock. Good morning, my professor. Thank you for your join with us. Okay, my topic here, transformation of Subak in suburban tourism area in North Kuta. Yeah, Subak nowadays is more important, especially for the local people after pandemic. Because of before pandemic, he don't care about the Subak because hotel give them a lot of money. But since Maret and now, hotel, especially tourism, there are no give them money anymore. So that Subak is more important now, for especially for the local people around the resort area, especially in Kuta Utara. Okay. My outline, this I would like to introduce introduction, method, finding and discussion, and conclusion. I hope I need not a lot of time to finish my presentation. This is my introduce. Bali has a true potential that have been empowered by its people, namely tourism and agriculture. This is Bali. The rapid of the expansion of tourism infrastructure development has resulted in the drastic narrowing the agricultural land. During the period of the 6 years, 1997 till 2003, the area of the rice field in Bali has decreased from 97.850 hectare to the 82.644 hectare. It is JICA 2005. Subak is a traditional Balinese agriculture institution based on the water management local wisdom. The tourism area, a geographic region with the main function of the tourism and its urban character. Kuta is the one of the tourism area in Bali. It is very famous in Bali. All of us know about that. The fact is the development of the Kuta tourism product has spread to the periphery, to the tourism area or suburban. This research is planned for 3 years in order to achieve the goal of the finding a formulation of production relation between actors in ensuring the existence of the subak in tourism area. This is our research location. Sorry. Yeah. If you saw the three of the picture map, South of Bali growth 2000 and 2000 atau 2020. The first one, the 2000 is the red one is the growth of the development. And then he has developed till 2015. And 2020, sorry, we predict the development like this, the picture. The blue one is the data of our prediction. But I'm very happy, COVID, Balinese have to be COVID, especially in Kuta, so that the picture is still same with the 2019. I am very happy about the COVID, especially for this moment. This is the pill existing of the condition in North Kuta, 2015. We can imagine, in Kuta Utara, north of Kuta, there are a lot of villa built there. Every villa have the pool. Maybe if one villas have one building, have the 10 or maybe 20 building, so that there are 20 pool also there. This is massive in Kuta Utara. This is our situation especially in Canggu village, Kuta Utara in 2019. It's not only in the beach, but also in the village and also in the market on the village. There are a lot of tourists, not only the foreigner, but also the local people can activate here, there. This is good for the local people, especially, and all the tourism in the village generally. But what happened after COVID? We can see especially the main road. This is the main road, sorry. This is the main road. If you would like to go to Tanah Lot, this very, very empty in September 2020. All of the facilities, especially on the beach, in the restaurant, in cafe, and so on, is very, very empty. All are empty. There are no tourists come there. This is our problem. So that the local people come again to the rice field. The method is the observation, interview, and focus group discussion. Especially for the maps, the determinant of the subject boundary was carried out in this year because the subject boundary existed before the 2012 and 2018. Administrative limit using the participatory mapping and cartometric method by conducting direct interview with Pakasah, we call it head of the subak. What I finding in Subak area, especially in 1992 till the 2018, we can web the growth of the Subak in that area, especially in Kuta area. We can see the map so that the color is be changed till the 2018. We follow that land use change directly of the flow we can, so there maybe 1991, 92, sorry, it is very gray. And then the 2000, there are changed with the red one. And then in the end of the 2019, most of the color is red one. Red one is the, what do you call it, the tourism area. The rice field is already changed. And then the change of the Suba area, we have a 3 point, the village who have the decrease of the Suba area. The number one, Canggu, change of the Suba area in area of Canggu village is the biggest, at least minus 78.36 hectare, followed by Dalong village, yaitu minus 48.33 hectare, and the third one, the Kerobokan Kajo, minus 40.42 hectare. For the 5 years, the total of the loss 508.56 hectare, or about 103 hectare per year. Where is the flow about the development of the tourism facilities? In my result of my research, we have the 5 divided, the spatial use of the pattern. The first one, number 1 is the center of the area and the beat. You start on the beat. The second one, the second boundary, the tourism is located there. The third, number 2, a mixture between tourism and housing. The 4, housing, and the 5, suburbanization. So that the facilities of tourism is located in the number 2, around of the boundary number 2. If we would like to overlay between the Suba area and the tourism facilities, we can see the color in the map on the right side. Blue color is a restaurant. Red color is the hotel. Orange color, this is other facilities like a mini market, bank, and so on. If we see the map, distribution of the red color are dominantly. It is mean there are a lot of hotels in North Kuta, and most of hotels are located near the beach. We can imagine natural resources will be exploited by the hotel, especially on the beach. I worry about the groundwaters because a lot of hotel and beach will be exploit the groundwater in that area. If we compare about the heat, we have a 3 heat map distribution and tourism facility. It depends the impact of the restaurant, the distribution of the heat map, especially caused by the restaurant, all about in beach area, in coastal area, we call it, in the map number 1. Map number 2 is the other facilities. It is spread around more than to the land. It's not only in the beach, but also flow the spread on the land to go to the suburbans. It's the same also. The same with the restaurant. Hotel already located around the beach. What I told you before, so that the operational of the hotel will be exploited a lot of not only the land, but also the water, especially the groundwater. And also, the hotel will be broken of the irrigation system, especially Subak, and also land of the paddy field. This is the main problem if the development of the tourism will be located in the irrigated area. Our conclusion, Subah is the increasingly transformed, trend due to the development of the tourism product in North Kuta, suburban of Kuta tourism area, we call it. By using the image spot number 2, 1992, image word view 2008, 2012, and image spot for age 2018. In the land of the interpretation, the pattern of the land change tend to lead to the Denpasar city and to the coastal area. So that the flow of the change, this is 2 points. The number one to the Denpasar city, and the second one to the coastal zone, to the beach. In order to strengthen of the existence of the Subah in suburban area, a strategy to the synergization between agriculture and tourism is needed. Thank you very much. This is all of our presentation. The time is yours, Professor Ina. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Dr. Sunarta, for the presentation. It's really to remind us of how we use the land, and we need to appreciate whatever we have the business premises at the moment and use it for the maximum of our economic prosperity, and really think about the development ahead using land, and especially converting the function of the land, and then we really think about the carrying capacity of Bali as an island. We give a big round of applause for Dr. Sunarta, please. All right, we come to our third invited speaker, Dr. Fiascalo. I think the invited speaker is already here. Dr. Fiascalo, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon. I'm just trying to share my presentation with you. Sorry, just give me a second, and then I will be all yours.
Sure.
Okay. Could you please confirm you can see my screen?
Yes, it is good and clear.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Right, something happened, I think. Right, so I will go back to this.
Yes.
Right, okay. Selamat siang. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to be here, and I'm very grateful for your invitation to join this event. So my name is Vyacheslav Filomenau. I know it's quite difficult to pronounce this name. You did well, so well done for you. You're not the only one who struggled with this name. My colleagues and my students also find this problematic. I do apologize. I come from Eastern Europe, from Belarus originally, so you can see some Slavic names can be quite difficult to handle. So today I will be speaking about something that the island of Bali and the Balinese people in general are very famous for, and this is hospitality and hospitability. Unfortunately, I'm going to look at the dark side of hospitality, and I will review the challenge of food waste, which is a major societal problem that requires our urgent attention to ensure that we make this world a better place to live. I'm based in Bournemouth University. I'm not quite sure if, sorry. No, I think I need to go to, still to here. Okay, now it seems to be all right, yeah? Could you please confirm you can see the screen?
No, it's still black.
Still
It's
black.
nothing. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, this
okay.
is okay now. Yeah, it's
Now
very
it's
good
okay.
now.
Yeah, I think there is a small delay. Yeah, excellent. So I'm based in Bournemouth University. I'm not
But
quite
it is,
sure.
yeah, good. Yeah, it is good now.
It
Thank
is
you.
good. Yeah, excellent. Thank you for confirming. I'm based in the UK. I'm based in beautiful Bournemouth. I don't know if you've ever been. If you didn't have a chance, I would encourage you to come. Hopefully, after the situation with COVID improves a little bit. So Bournemouth is very famous for its beaches. Of course, it's not as famous as the Kuta Beach, as the previous speaker has kindly introduced us to. But from the British viewpoint standards, it's quite decent. Yeah. So when we are lucky, we can get this beautiful view sort of from the windows of our office. I will be honest with you, we do not get this glorious view that often. I'm sure you know that when it comes to the UK, there are two major seasons, the wet one and the very wet one. Currently, we are in the very wet season, so we normally get this beautiful view once or twice a year. Yeah, but still, this doesn't stop us from marketing it. Bournemouth is a very good place to study and research tourism and hospitality, simply because it's home to about 200 hotels and it's home to about 500 restaurants. So as a matter of fact, it's actually the second largest concentration of hospitality enterprises in the UK after London. So again, you're more than welcome to come and visit. Now we are going to speak about the problem of food waste. Believe it or not, but we do actually waste a lot of food. When it comes to the FAO, so Food and Agriculture Organization, so they claim that we waste about 30% of all food that is produced for human consumption. This is appalling in my opinion, because this means when we go to a shop, if we buy 3 bananas, then 1 banana can be put straight into the bin. Yeah. So
Excuse me, doctor. We cannot still see your presentation actually. For some reason, it is just appear now. Yeah, it is good now though.
Okay,
Yes,
I
it is
think
just
there is a problem when I try to use the full screen. For some reason, yeah, there is an issue. I don't know why.
Maybe
If it has
just
something
like
to do with
just
my
like this one is quite good. This is good. No need to make it full. This one is just right. Thank you.
This is good. Yeah, the problem is that
Yeah.
it's now frozen. I don't know what happened, but I cannot see anything. I can only see just the black screen on my side. I do apologize.
Oh,
It might be a technical issue on my side. Just give me a second. I will try to very quickly. Okay, right. So I will try to do that once again. I will try to share the application this time. So that might work. Can you see the screen now?
yes, definitely, it's good.
Okay, and I will try to again. Oh, can you see it now?
No, not now.
Okay, this means the problem is when I go into the full screen, for some reason, there is an issue in there. So, okay, I think I understood what the problem is. So what I'm going to do, I will very quickly share it once again, application, and then I'm not going to use the full screen. Yeah, now it should be okay, no?
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah. I do apologize for this. It's the beauty of doing presentations online these days.
Yes.
Yeah, if you look at this picture over here, you can see it's a simplified representation of a food system. So we start with the food production, then the food gets delivered to us. To the point of distribution, such as supermarket or sort of a restaurant, and then we consume this food at the household level. So if you look at the total amounts of food wasted across the food system, in this case we are speaking about the global scale, so you can see that we waste most of food at the level of households, up to 50%. So we are guilty. We just go to a shop, we buy too much stuff, well, at least we do so in the West, and when we come back home, we simply forget about that. So, and the food becomes rotten. Then when it comes to the agriculture and food manufacturing industries, they waste about 25% of food, which is quite a significant amount as well. Yeah. So, but when we look at the hospitality and food services, so you can see it's actually the third largest producer of food waste around the world. It's responsible for about 15% of total food wastage. And I must say straight at the beginning, this number is likely to be an underestimate, because across all sectors of the global food supply chain, the sector of hospitality and food services has actually been least researched from the viewpoint of food waste. What is also very appalling about hospitality and food services is that 75% of food waste that occurs here is so-called avoidable waste. So what does this mean? This means that the food was completely safe for consumption at the point of disposal. Let's say you go to a restaurant, you've taken too much food on your plate, and you didn't finish your plate, and this food goes to the bin. So unfortunately, this food could have been consumed, this food could have been given to other people, and therefore we have to refer to this food waste as being avoidable. And another issue is that the sector of hospitality and food services can actually act as a center of gravity in a way that it can influence how much food is wasted on the side of production and consumption. For instance, when it comes to COVID, I'm sure you know in Indonesia it was exactly the same, but all hospitality and food service businesses, they had to close, which means the suppliers of these businesses, they were unable to get rid of the food which would otherwise go to restaurants and hotels, which means there was a lot of food wasted on the side of production. At the same time, when we speak about the Western world, such countries as the UK or America, for instance, very often people come to restaurants, they eat food over there, and then they would like to replicate this food back home. So unfortunately, very often their cooking skills are not up to scratch, and as a result, a lot of food is wasted at the household level, and this wastage is because of the inspiration provided by hospitality and the food services. Now, when it comes to, for some reason, I cannot understand why I cannot move here. I cannot move to the next slide. Okay, now seems to be better. Yeah, you can see. Could you please confirm again? I'm sorry, I have to, nudge you every time. Can you please confirm you can see?
Yeah, this one is background now. The background HAFS food waste. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. So the problem with the issue of food waste in hospitality and food services is that there are no global estimates of how much food we actually waste. So at a global scale, we don't really know how big the problem is. So instead, we tend to utilize some national or regional estimates as proxies, right? So, and when it comes to the national regional estimates, unfortunately, these only exist for certain countries of the world. For instance, the most widely cited estimate of food waste in the sector of hospitality and food service is from the EU 28 countries. So we know here with a certain degree of confidence that we waste about 12 million tons of food a year. So the largest waste producer is, surprise, surprise, the UK. For some reason, many people believe that, the UK is an extremely sustainable country. No, when it comes to food waste, the UK is actually the largest offender at the European scale. So you can see with the wastage of about 1 to 3 million tons a year, the UK accounts for about 10-25% of total food waste produced at the European scale. Germany is the second largest offender. However, this wastage is nothing compared to how much food is wasted in other countries of the world. For instance, in America, apparently the sector of hospitality and food services wastes about 16 million tons, or 40% of the country's total food wastage. And in China, this number is even higher. So they waste about 40 million tons, or 50% of the country's total. The primary reason behind is because in America, but also in China, eating out is fairly affordable. Sometimes it's even cheaper than actually cooking at home. And therefore people go to eat out, they do not consider this to be a luxury, and they waste a lot of food. And from the business perspective, food waste is actually a big issue because it represents about 2% of the annual turnover of a food service or hospitality enterprise. Now, I don't know about Indonesia, but for instance, in the UK, the hospitality and food service providers, they operate at the profit margin of about 10-15%. So you can imagine the wastage of about 2% of the annual turnover is actually quite big. So where do we waste most of food in the hospitality and food service sector? Well, most food is actually wasted in the preparation, at the stage of cooking. So in the kitchen, this may be attributed to unskillful chefs. This may also be attributed to the overproduction of meals due to poor prediction of demand. Consumers are also guilty because they are responsible for about 30% of all wastage. A classical example is, again, we order food, but we do not finish that, and this food goes to waste. And when it comes to handling and storage, this also contributes a little bit, just 10%. So this is attributed, for instance, to sudden technological failures. For instance, a refrigerator may just break down all of a sudden, and as a result, you have no choice but to dispose of the food which you used to keep in the refrigerator. The key categories of wasted food in hospitality and food services are fruits and vegetables, bakery, and meat. So from the viewpoint of business profitability, fruit and vegetables and bakery are not that critical, simply because they're fairly affordable, they're fairly cheap. However, when we speak about wastage of meat, this is where the issue sits, because meat is obviously very expensive and you have to think twice whether or not you want to waste this meat. What is interesting is that when it comes to the wastage patterns, there is a clear role of various cultural and contextual factors. For instance, if you consider all-inclusive business models, so these are very popular in such countries as Spain, for example, but also Turkey. And this is a major attraction for many tourists coming to these countries. Unfortunately, all-inclusive business models are extremely wasteful. So you can imagine how much food is wasted in all-inclusive hotels in Turkey, for instance. Fine dining restaurants, they tend to waste more food in the kitchen, which is in comparison to the quick service restaurants, whereby most food is wasted by customers. Why? Well, simply because in fine dining restaurants, there are extremely strict standards when it comes to quality and look of food, right? So therefore, very often the chefs are not happy with the quality of foodstuffs, and therefore these foodstuffs get disposed. While in the quick service restaurants, it's another way around. So the food is fairly cheap, affordable, so the customers normally order more than they can consume, and therefore they dispose of this food. And then we also speak about the role of culture. I'm not quite sure if you have heard about the concept of mianzi. In Mandarin, this means face. So an interesting observation has been made in the context of hospitality and food services in China, whereby people tend to order much more food than required as a means of showing hospitality towards their guests. So that's the concept of face. People tend to order more food than required in order to ensure that they do not lose their face. So now, when we speak about the estimates of food waste in hospitality and food services, they are likely to be underestimates. And the absolute majority of countries around the world, they do not have figures on food waste. What is interesting is that some of the major global economies, such as those in the BRICS countries, but also Indonesia, by the way, there are no figures on how much food waste is generated in the service of hospitality and food services. There are a number of reasons for that. First of all, the sector is very complex and diverse. Obviously, you cannot compare how much food is wasted in a fine dining restaurant with the capacity of about 500 seats and a small takeaway business which caters just for local clients. There are also no established methods of measurement. So effectively what you can do, you have to weigh the food which you waste in your business, but as you can imagine, it's not something that many businesses are prepared to do. Another thing is the wrong attitude. Many hospitality and food service businesses, they actually claim we do not waste. It's a necessity. We don't care as long as the customer pays for the food which they have ordered. So we do not consider this to be waste. This is wrong, unfortunately. Then we also speak about a huge difference between the chain affiliates and the independents. The chain affiliates, they do actually measure food waste, and they do actually try to reduce the amount of food they waste in their businesses. And this is simply because their corporate strategies are quite rigid. The independents, that represent about 50% of the market, at least in Europe, they do not care, right? So simply because they say, first of all, we do not consider this to be a problem, we do not consider this to be a priority, and hence we do not pay attention to food waste mitigation. Some businesses may consider data on food waste to be of confidential matter, so they do not want to share this data with academics, which means when you come to them and when you ask them to tell you how much food they waste, they simply say, I'm sorry, I cannot provide you with this data as I'm afraid this may damage my reputation as a business. And finally, the issue is that the research on food waste is primarily driven by the environmentalists. The environmentalists are concerned with the long-term environmental implications of food waste reduction. And this is not exactly what businesses are interested in. Businesses are interested in how food waste can be reduced in order to increase their short-term profitability. So this has to change. More research on hospitality and food services food waste should be conducted by social scientists, but also those academics majoring in business and management disciplines. So the problem of hospitality and food services food waste is particularly pronounced in the context of developing and transitional economies such as Indonesia. Why? Because, well, the economy is rapidly developing. There is a growing middle class. And what do you reckon the middle class spend their money on? Well, it's food and then it's travel, right? So this means they actually go out more often, and therefore the probability that they waste food is much, much higher. Then these countries are big. Look at Indonesia, for instance. So the climatic conditions are different. So by the time you produce food in the point A and deliver this food to the point B, this food may become rotten. So therefore there is an issue. And then we also speak about the imperfect food production distribution system. So the logistics is not necessarily there. Again, looking at the example of Indonesia. So Sumatra is, thousands of kilometers away, right? So if you were to produce food in Bali and deliver that to Sumatra, that would be quite problematic. And then, unfortunately, many hospitality managers are not educated to a university degree. They do not appreciate that the problem of food waste has significant societal implications, and therefore they do not take any actions against it. And also what is very concerning is that in many developing transition economies, there are substantial levels of social segregation, which means we have poor people who do not have access to food, and we have rich people who have access to any food they want. Unfortunately, the rich people, they waste a lot of food, and therefore the poor people do not consider this to be a good practice, and as a result, this may lead to social exclusion, but also to social friction. And just to give you an idea, this data comes from the Food and Agriculture Organization. So if you look at South and Southeast Asia, which is the bar, the second on the right, so you can see that most food waste in the national food system, so these countries, takes place at the point of production to retail, which includes hospitality. So you can see that consumers do actually waste much less food simply because, well, the income levels are much lower than the income levels in Europe, for instance. In Europe, as you can see, consumers, they do actually waste a lot of food. So the good news is that it's not that bad, right? Yes, we need to understand the determinants of food waste generation, but at the same time, academics, but also the industry professionals have started working on various management opportunities. And a number of food waste management hierarchies have been developed in order to aid the industry professionals in food waste prevention and mitigation. So the management hierarchy looks like that, like a ladder. So we should always start with prevention. So in order to prevent food waste, we need to forecast demand, we need to stock manage properly, we need to invest into social marketing, and we need to nudge customers. Customer nudging or consumer choice architecture is quite an interesting tool to be applied at this stage, because the customers can be requested not to waste food. The customers can be, well, their awareness can be raised to ensure that they do not waste food. If prevention doesn't work, what we need to do, we need to reuse or redistribute any surplus food. For instance, we can apply utilize some dynamic discounts, and we can utilize some apps in order to redistribute this food. We can utilize technology for this purpose. I will provide an example later on. We can also donate this food to charities, and we can provide this food to staff. If this doesn't work, we need to aim at recycling on site. The problem here is that many businesses, they do not have space for that. But having said that, well, there is a lot of research now into portable composters, into portable anaerobic digesters. So the technology is developing very rapidly. So in the future, there will be an opportunity for businesses to actually install a composter anaerobic digester on site. And obviously, if this doesn't work, then we have no choice but to dispose of food. But this can be done also properly, because food waste should not be sent to landfill. Instead, it can be sent, well, to, again, a composter, whereby the food can be converted into energy. And obviously, there are various internal and external factors that need to be considered when we think about how to adopt the various approaches to food waste management. For instance, consumer behavior is a major issue. Just to remind you, 30% of food in the hospitality and food services is wasted by customers. So how to engage customers in food waste prevention mitigation represents a very important and interesting question. So just a couple of examples very quickly. A number of dedicated models have actually been developed, unfortunately only in the West, in America, but also in Europe, in order to help food services and hospitality businesses to forecast demand for food. The problem, such as this one, is called the PrognoLite model. The problem with this model is that, unfortunately, if you want to adopt it as a business, it's a bit too expensive. So we are interested here in the combo model, as you can see on the slide. So I don't know if you can see the number, but the cost of this model to a business is €450 a month. Okay, if you're a chain affiliate, it's not that much. But if you're a small independent restaurant somewhere, well, in the region of Kuta or Sanur, for instance, I'm just using, the Balinese geography, I'm sure you can appreciate that for an independent restaurant, that can be quite an extensive amount of money. So therefore, the question is, how do we make these models, to be used by smaller food service providers? There are a number of technical solutions that aid you in monitoring food waste, such as the one developed by VNow. It's quite an interesting one. I've seen it by myself. So the idea here is that it's a scanner which scans the food which you wasted, and the scanner tells you how much food you wasted of different kinds just by recognizing what you've got in your food waste bin. And it also tells you how much money you wasted, which is great. It's a major incentive for many companies to actually invest in food waste reduction. Again, the problem here is that such solutions are quite costly. We are speaking about thousands of pounds as a cost of a single device. Again, if you think about a company which is small, that may not necessarily be that affordable. But at the same time, there are some technical solutions that are more affordable. I don't know if you have heard about the Too Good To Go app, which is gaining popularity across Europe, but also in America. But this app enables restaurant managers to actually discount their food, which they have overproduced, and this food can be distributed to customers. So the only problem with this kind of app is that, you have to discount your food at the end of the working day. Let's say at 8 o'clock, at 9 o'clock, which means you will not be able to predict how many people will be able to buy it. But I'm using this app myself. It's present here in Bournemouth. It's very popular in London, and I must admit, sometimes you get a very good deal. So for instance, last week I got a set of sushis. So normally a set would cost about £15, and I got it only for £6. So my family and myself, we were extremely happy. Then what we could also do, we can do the repurpose and the charge back. So when it comes to the purpose, we can just look at our menu and we can try to identify the menu items whereby the ingredients could be reused. For instance, you have tomatoes which could be reused when cooking pizzas. So this is great. This means that if you have excess stock of tomatoes, you will not need to dispose of this stock. You will be able to repurpose these tomatoes in another meal. You can also do something what they call the charge back. It used to be a very popular technique in the past. Unfortunately, for some reason, it has been forgotten. The point behind is that if you've taken too much food on your plate and if you've generated waste, the food service provider asks you to pay money for this, charging back. I know a couple of restaurants in the Netherlands that are using this approach, a couple of restaurants in Brazil, and a couple of restaurants in China. Unfortunately, many restaurants, they are a bit apprehensive about applying this approach simply because they say, oh, what if I ask my customer to pay back and they're unhappy? So the key problem here is how to keep the customers happy. What you can also do, you can downsize your portions, and that's quite an interesting approach. You know that normally what we tend to do when we go to such places as McDonald's, for instance, they ask us to double the size of our burger for a small fee. What is interesting is that research shows that many people do not actually mind eating smaller portions because they consider smaller portions to be healthier. And therefore it's a good idea to actually offer smaller portions and to charge people for these smaller portions. Many customers, they find this idea attractive. And what you can also do, obviously, if there is still some food left on the plate, you can offer proactively so-called takeaway boxes or doggy bags. So the idea is that you put the food into the doggy bag, and this doggy bag is taken back home. Believe it or not, but many people are a bit apprehensive about this because they consider this practice to be cheap, right? And I know a couple of restaurants in the UK, they started offering doggy bags proactively and then they stopped because the customers became angry. They said, oh, do you think I'm not able to pay for my own food? Why are you giving me the leftovers? So if you were to apply this approach, you would need to, well, apply that with care. And then what you can also do, you can nudge consumer choice. You can apply the principles of consumer choice architecture. If you were in my classroom, I would ask you, which plate on this slide contains the largest number of food. So the answer I will provide you is the answer. The answer is that each plate contains the same amount of food, but it's the visual effect which makes us waste food. Why? Because when we have a big plate, if we put this food on the plate, it looks to us that, well, there is not enough food on the plate. So what we tend to do, we tend to put even more food on the plate, even so we do not need this food. So therefore what you can do, and it's an easy fix, you can actually reduce the size of the plates. And research has shown that by reducing the size of the plate by 50%, you can reduce the amount of wastage by 30%. Another thing to look at is to use...
Excuse me, Dr. You still have 5 minutes to go, so please continue.
I still have 5 minutes. Oh, yeah, no, I've got only 2 slides. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. Sorry, it may sound a bit blunt. I blame the technical issues, but I will be quick. I only have 2 slides. Yeah. So what you can also do, you can look at the role of the menu. I don't know if you realized, but there is a lot of thought which has been invested into how we design menus, especially by many chain affiliated enterprises. Again, I would normally ask you, how do you think we read the menu which is given to us? Well, we read with our eyes. The first point in the menu that we pay attention to is the point in the top right corner. This is where we look at because our brain functions in this specific way. And once we have seen that top right corner, we move our side to the top left corner. What does this mean? This means that the menu items that can be wasted or have the probability of becoming waste can be positioned in those specific corners because they will be more popular with our customers, right? So many restaurants, they actually utilize this trick, but only as a means of boosting their profitability. They put the dishes with the largest profit margins in the top right and the top left corners. But you can also utilize this trick in order to reduce waste. And then you can also do something very, very simple. If you look at this picture over here on your left, there is something what they call the community fridge. So a number of small towns in the UK, they have installed fridges. The fridges are sponsored by the local councils. So, and in this fridge, people, but also restaurant, hotels, those supermarkets, they can put the surplus food which they do not need, right? So the problem here is the health and safety issue, because obviously if you take food out of this fridge, you cannot blame the provider of this food for stomach bugs, right? So but that's a very simple solution which seems to be working, seems to be popular in many UK towns. And finally, what my research team and myself are proposing is that in order to fight the problem of food waste, we need more collaboration. So this collaboration is required across all actors and agents across the food supply chain. So if you look at this figure over here, so F stands for farmers, R stands for restaurants, CH stands for charities that rescue food, C stands for customers, and G stands for the government. So what we are proposing is that we should form something like the collaborative bubbles of local restaurants, farmers, and food rescue charities. The idea here is that restaurants can provide food waste to farmers, and the farmers can actually compost this food waste, or they can utilize this food waste for their animal feed. In return, the farmers can actually provide the restaurants with the fresh produce, and this fresh produce can be marketed as organic. The customers will love that. If there is too much waste, or if there are surplus meals, then the restaurants can provide this to charities, and charities can actually offer the surplus meals to people in need. Right? Charities can also take the food waste from the farmers and they can provide the surplus food to the farmers. Then the restaurants can work with customers in order to provide incentives for clean plates, for instance, and the governments can actually support all this work by offering the grant aid and also by investing into the consumer awareness raising campaigns. So to conclude, and I hope I did not overrun too much, so the topic of hospitality and food service food waste is very important. It's a major societal challenge, but unfortunately it's under-investigated. So what we need to do in the future is to identify some best business practices in food waste prevention mitigation, and we need to see how these practices can be applied across the sector and around the world. We also need to understand how the national legislation and corporate policies of specific companies can be adopted in order to fit the purpose of food waste prevention and mitigation. And lastly, and that's something that I'm particularly interested in, we need to invest into real-life experiments. So real-life experiments can aim to architect more responsible consumer choice. For instance, we can simply provide labels asking people not to waste food. From my experience, these labels are not necessarily the most effective ones. Then what we can do, we can redesign our menu, something that I have just discussed before. So we can put the most wasteful or potentially the most wasteful menu items in a specific point of the menu. And what is also interesting, we can provide price disincentives. So not necessarily in the form of discounts, but what we can do, we can provide a bar of free chocolate to those people who have not wasted food. We've done such an experiment in some places, and it has proven to be very, very effective. Children love that. So they actually ask people to finish, their parents to finish their plates, because they like the idea that they're going to be provided a bar of chocolate. Of course, chocolate is not very good for your health. It's not very good for your teeth, but a small bar of chocolate does not harm. So thanks very much for your attention. Terima kasih. And if you have any questions, it's not at this stage, but probably at a later stage, you're more than welcome to ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fiaskalo. A big round of applause for Dr. Fiaskalo. Wow,
Thank you.
That is very comprehensive. Food services.
Thank you. I'm very glad you like that. And I think there is a lot of potential to do this kind of research in Indonesia. I can see my good friend Dharma Putra over here. We have discussed this idea with him, and I think we should take it further on board. And I don't know if Indra is here, another colleague of mine. We have also discussed that as an opportunity to do some research in the context of Indonesia. And,
Yes.
Other colleagues are more than welcome to join. Sorry, I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think this is a very good topic to investigate in Indonesian context. I think I don't need to summary anymore because everything is just clear. And then later we can have the slide, right? Dr. Fiaskalau, please share your PowerPoint slide with us, with the participants.
I will do, my pleasure. Yeah.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. This is for the participant. If you have question, you are welcome to write down or type on the chat box, please. Now we come up to our last, but not least, presenter, Professor Michael Hitchcock. Time is yours. I hope Professor Hitchcock is already here.
Ibu Prof. Erna.
Yes.
Yes, Prof. Didn't receive our email yet, so maybe we can continue to question and answer session.
Oh,
and the
all right.
committee want to try to contact him.
Oh, all right. And while we're waiting, maybe we can continue to our discussion session. So if any one of the participants and audience would like to ask question to either one of our invited speakers today, please do. On the first session, maybe we take 3 questions. While waiting, maybe I would like to ask the question to Dr. Nyoman Sunarta. I'm just interested in the what your presentation, the topics. It is a lot about like dark side of tourism, how we use our land and then causing all become reds on the map. But for example, tourism is not here. Do you think it's something else could have happened also that damage our landscape in Bali? Or what is your perspective on this matter? Bapak Dr. Nyoman Sunarto maybe still here with us? Yes, please. I think please unmute. I do not know what is actually maybe still there is technical issue.
Sorry, moderator. I have a loss of connection. Sorry about it.
It's all right. So it is good to hear from you again.
Repeat
Yes.
the question, please.
I need to repeat the question. Right. It is just that with the land transformation happening in Bali, like from rice field into building and infrastructure and facility for tourism, that causing us to lose many lands and then make our maps, the map of Bali become red all over the area. I'm just wonder, for example, if tourism is in this case, we blame tourism for what has happened. But for example, if tourism is not here, could this kind of situation also occur? Or I think tourism is the solution to our economic problem. I want to hear your perspective on this issue. Thank you. I think we lost your connection again because we cannot hear your voice. Oh, you haven't unmute the speaker. Please unmute the speaker. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I really got the question, please. Because it is our dilemma in Bali, especially. Which one would be, if we would like to make a choice about the tourism and agriculture? Because the tourism, most of the tourism located in the rice field area. So there are a lot of irrigated system there, and then when the tourism will be built in the rice field area, so that of course our rice field will be broken. There are no rice field anymore. As I know, when the tourism
We lost your voice again. Bapak Sunarto, we lost your voice again. I'm sorry, we cannot hear actually. I think it's you need to unmute this. Okay, that is good now. We cannot still hear you, Dr. Nyoman. Or maybe, is it a good idea if actually the answer is typed on the chat box, maybe? I do not know. It seems that we have a internet problem, probably. While we waiting for Dr. Nyoman Sunarto to fix the technical issue, maybe we continue with the question, because I see on the chat box there is one question from Yulia Lintang to Professor Dharma Putra. Would you please deliver the question directly and unmute the speaker, please?
Yes, good afternoon, honorable participants, Mrs. Moderator, and also the panel speakers. I would like to ask to Professor Dharma about the tourism in Bali, which is much still influenced by the local collective influencer like the cultural elders or the pemangku adat, which, correct me if I'm wrong, it's rarely being held by the female role. So how you see the connection through that way about the female role in the tourism without maybe independently being a wife from someone important first or the daughter first? Yeah, I think that's my question for today. Thank you.
Prof. Dharma, I think the question is very clear. Would you respond, please?
Yes, thank you, moderator, and also Lintang for the interesting question. Yes, we could argue that the role of female figures that I discuss in my paper has been extraordinary. Excuse me. Although one cannot deny the help that they got from their husband, their family member, and also their employee, of course. But if we look closely to, for example, the biography of the Made Mase, it is clear that she started from right the beginning. If you look into the pictures of her warung, and she's been doing that for almost 40 years, and then we can easily say that she's a very tough woman, smart, sensitive, working hard, and always believed to what she was going to do. And during my interview to her for quite in a number of times, and each time for quite long, for 1 to 2 hours, and she always said that all of what she has achieved is supported by her family and now her children, and also the last but not least, the most important is by those above there, by saying that it's been by God, and also to other female figures like Ibu Kompiang. She was a leader of a number of cultural missions overseas. Although her husband played important role, but in a number of real occasions, she's the one who right in the front. And the same thing can be also seen for Yani. Yani play a very important role in managing day-to-day the management section, while her husband, Nigel mentioned, looking after the production side and also promotion material and things. So they work together, and when I went to their office, so they have rooms next to each other in one floor, and each of them doing their own responsible job. Against in this context, without denying the help from others, the 4 female figures do really play their important role, I would say. Thank you.
I hope that answered the question for you, Linta.
Yes, pretty much that's answered the question, Ibu. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Dharma.
Thank you. It seems that we have already Professor Hitchcock with us. We still have some time. Of course, Professor, are you ready to share with us? We still have maybe about 20 minutes. and after that we could still have our discussion session. Oh, please unmute the speaker.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes. Nice and
Good.
clear.
Great. I get up my picture, a presentation. Here it is. Can you see it?
Not just yet.
It should be there. Nope.
Not yet.
No, that's strange. It's sitting on my screen.
I can see your mic. It's good.
Yeah, can you see the presentation? Can you see the presentation?
I think it's the same issue with the slides belong to Dr. Nyoman Sunarta.
Okay.
Yeah, it is there. It's just it's in smaller size.
You have a copy of my slides. If you want, you could put them up.
It's already
Yes,
there. You
please.
might start, Mike.
You're sorry?
Yes.
You what?
Committee, please. Can you help us, please?
Do you want me to start?
Yes, maybe while waiting for, it must be something technical error because we can see here your slides into section in a
Oh, I
smaller
see.
size.
So you can actually see my slides, yeah?
Yeah, but in a very, not really in widescreen.
Okay. Well, maybe I just start, yeah?
Yes, please. I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Okay. Om Swastiastu.
Om
Namaste, Michael Hitchcock.
Om Swastiastu.
Namaste, Michael Hitchcock, Derry Goldsmiths, Universitas, London. The title of my presentation is Bali Imagine, the Tourist Gaze Over Time. And this is a paper with which I have been working with Inyoman Dharmaputra on, and we hope to bring it out as a paper or as even a book. And what I'm doing is actually explaining how the tourist gaze isn't something that just necessarily emerges from tourism. It actually often has older forebears, which then become caught up in tourism. Now I'm going to start with the earliest encounters between Westerners and Balinese people. And these occurred in the 16th century. And these accounts were very popular. There were drawings circulating in books in Europe. And one of the interesting things was that Bali was strangely familiar because it had kings. Europe had kings. But it also had customs, which were strange. And so Westerners didn't really actually understand those customs. Also, another image which came to be very dominant is one that Dharmaputra and I are working on, which is this idea of Wong Majapahit, which is the name that the Triwangsa, the highest titular castes of Bali, give to themselves, because they imagine themselves or classify themselves as descendants from the great kingdom of Majapahit in Java. And in Raffles's History of Java, which was published in 1817, he actually describes the Balinese as the heirs of the Hindu heritage that once flourished in Java. So already you have this notion that Bali is some kind of museum. This is rather important because this is how it came to be perceived. Now, The first visit, though possibly not the first absolutely, is by Cornelius de Houtman, who came to Bali in 1597. There may have been others, we just don't know about them. And he left a long-lasting impression. And the English version of Houtman's report is based on unpublished literature left by Richard Hakluyt, which was edited by Purchas in 1625. And Purchas embellished the original work to highlight trade opportunities when describing the so-called King of Bali and his entourage. And I had to imagine what the Balinese looked like. As you can see, this wonderful picture. So I've got a few details right. They're kind of wearing sarongs. There's a parasol shading the king's head. They're carrying spears. So it's fairly good. But the wagon, you'll see, is a very strange thing. It's actually not anything to do with Bali, it's Dutch. It's actually a farm vehicle. And that's about as all they could get. Raffles famously admired the pre-Islamic society of Java, and he associated Bali with this period. And he said that Bali was a commentary on the ancient condition of the natives of Java. Ultimately, trade concerns were always to the fore, and the Dutch vexed about Bali's freedom for trade with the nearby British held territories in Asia. However, it took a long time for the Dutch to completely control the kingdom, and I'm sure all of you in the audience know that this bloody event between 1906 and 1908 ended in bloodshed, with the Dutch soldiers massacring the Balinese courts in the famous Puputan, which modern Indonesians regard as one of the early independent struggles. And of course, that event, which you can see in this picture here, was very, very bloody. Now, what the Dutch soldiers, and those Dutch soldiers were very mixed. They were Moluccans, there were Ghanaians, there were even Scotsmen, all kinds of people in that army. On the right there, you can see. What happened was the photographers recorded the massacres, and the news went round the world. And the Dutch citizens back in Holland were horrified because, of course, they had been of the view that they were colonizing Indonesia through ethical colonialism, and a scene like this was anything but ethical. It was absolutely a disaster for the Dutch image. So very quickly, the Dutch decided they needed a remake of their image, and as Michel Picard has pointed out, one of the ways of resolving the problems of Bali was to introduce tourism, because actually they'd annexed it, but it lacked the kinds of mine resources and land resources that were used elsewhere in Indonesia. And so they encouraged people to photograph in Bali. One of the earliest books was by Gregor Krause. And you need to think about how this book was seen back in Europe, because Europe had gone through the First World War, and the depiction of Bali, even though only shortly it had been itself in a period of strife, Bali looked like an unsullied paradise. And of course, this was a boon for encouraging tourism. Krause didn't necessarily think the step, my photographs will encourage tourism, but certainly the Dutch authorities may have had that in mind. And Krause appears to be impressed by the dignity of the Balinese, the consideration they showed foreigners, and of course he was interested in kingship. There you are, you can see some of those photographs of Bali, 1912. It's still an immensely popular book around the world. You can still pick it up at airports. Just to talk about now the tourist gaze. L'Enfant, the French sociologist, famously argued that the reconstruction of identity often begins with the gaze of the foreigner, acting as a kind of reference point and guarantor of identity. And John Urry gave us the analytically useful concept, the tourist gaze, a perspective that throws light on the link between tourism and self-actualization and explores the connection between mobility and tourism as a choice or lifestyle consumption, not always easy to differentiate. The point is that foreigners are coming to Bali. They see these books like those of Krauser and increasingly more publicity, and they're bringing that gaze with them. That is how they are seeing Bali. Now, there are diverse interlocutors. Bali was beginning to attract people from all over the world, artists, writers, archaeologists, anthropologists. They came from the Netherlands, UK, USA, Belgium, Mexico, Germany, Russia, etc., not to mention other places. And of course, there were local actors who were key, like the royal Chakorda family of Ubud in upland Bali. That's not possible in this presentation to explore all of these life stories, because actually all of them had in some way an impact on how Bali is seen. Just bear in mind that Miguel Covarrubias' book Island Bali, which has cartoons by him, is still in circulation almost 100 years after it's published. People are still looking at that book and having a view of Bali as captured by this Mexican cartoonist. One of the most influential was Walter Spies, the German-Russian expatriate, because he actually facilitated photography and film in Bali. And it's important to note that he had worked before he began his travels with F.W. Murnau, who Charlie Chaplin called the greatest master of the silent cinema. And Walter Spies learned much of his skills in photography and film from F.W. Murnau. And Walter Spies famously collaborated with Beryl de Zoet on Dance and Drama in Bali. And Dance and Drama in Bali was released to great critical accord in London in 1938. And again, it's remained in print. And in fact, the illustrations which were used for that book, I later worked on with Lucy Norris, actually trying to explore why these photographs are so important and how they influence the way we see. But I just illustrate this by looking at the images of Rangda there at the top. You can see Rangda coming out of smoke. We know from the book that they lit bonfires to create smoke. And of course, this kind of atmosphere was something that Spies had learned in filmmaking, notably with Murnau on the set of Nosferatu. If you look below, you can see there the image of Nosferatu, the vampire. And of course, those kinds of techniques we used, and we explore this in our book, Bali, the Imaginary Museum. A lot of the points I've made actually appear in that book, but since then I've gone on to develop more arguments. So what about the artist's vision of Bali? Well, of course, Walter's photographs were carefully planned and executed, and they provide a highly aestheticized record of Bali's performing arts. Very importantly, Walter Spies was involved in helping to curate the colonial exhibition in Paris in 1931, where Bali's handicrafts, artworks, and photographs were shown. And in fact, it had often an impact on people that couldn't have been predicted. The playwright Antonin Artaud saw Walter Spies' photographs of Bali and invented a theatre form called the theatre of cruelty. Now, when you think about it, that's quite a surprising thing to happen, but these kinds of things did happen. So Bali's image has been transformed and sent around the world. There you can see the poster for the Exposition Coloniale Internationale in Paris in 1931. So Bali featured very highly in that, and of course tourism is very much part of it. Now, I've been here talking about the early creation of the tourist gaze in Bali. But by the time you get to Suharto's New Order government, we see a boom in tourism in Bali, and the persistence of earlier manifestations such as exotic, artistic, erotic, etc. They actually start to become very much the core. And one thing we also start seeing is the popularity of cremations, both local and royal. And one of the first big cremations to attract widespread attention was that of Chakorda Gede Agung Sukawati in January 1979. And it was that was combined with Bali's measures ensured that not only recorded in Bali, but was widely circulated in the Netherlands. There also there was massive coverage of Chok Uday Agung Chakorda's third wife and her funeral.
Excuse me, Professor. Your time is still about 5 minutes. Yes, please continue.
Okay, no problem. I will finish right now. Okay. So I'm over 5 minutes, am I? Should I stop?
No, we still have 5 minutes. Your
good.
time is still 5 minutes. No.
Great.
Yes, please continue.
Well, the tourist gaze seems to have incorporated into local art forms, as these have become more accessible over time to foreigners. For example, the giant effigy used in the Oga Oga parade prior to Nyepi was not open to foreigners, as was the case with Margaret Mead in the 1930s, as her car was stopped by village security. So we're seeing a whole change in Balinese creation. I'd finally like to end with really the world of film. I think it's a good place to stop. Remember Adrian Vecker's wonderful book, Bali, A Paradise Created, published in 1989. And he devotes quite a bit of time to the film The Road to Bali, starring Bob Hope, Bing Crosby, and Dorothy Lamour. It had little to do with the realities of Bali, but the tropes of the film continue to this day. And in fact, the seeds sown in 1952 appear to have lived on until 2010, with Eat, Pray, Love, starring Julia Roberts. And of course, this itself caused a bit of a tourism boom in Bali. So finally, I'd just like to say that this is an ongoing piece of work. We are continuing to work with this. But I think I'd like to leave you with the point that the tourist gaze is not something that pops out of just tourism. It actually goes into film, it goes into books, artworks, and all of this. And people actually, as it were, play with these images and come up with their own idea of what Bali is, what they think it's to be. So on that note, I'll say thank you very much for allowing me to talk to you, albeit at a distance, from a freezing cold day here in the UK. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Yes, we are more lucky because we have this a warm day here, and hopefully UK can get warmer soon.
Yes, well, we're close to the winter solstice, which is the shortest day of the year, and you can see, although I've got all the lights on, it looks a bit dark. But actually, outside it's quite dark, and it's already 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's pretty dark out there.
Yes, maybe as soon as the pandemic is over, many people from Europe need to start to travel to Bali, I think. Yes, for a better weather.
I mean, yes, of course. I mean, the interesting thing about Bali is that the European summer coincides with the nicest time of year in Bali, which is the dry season. And I know from many visits to Bali in August, July and August, the weather in Bali is very, very good, as it's dry and it's not too hot. And of course, it's a great time of year because lots of festivals take place at that time of year. So
yes, that's right. Yes. Thank you very much. I think it's time for us to ask to the audience and participants. Might be they have questions. I see on the chat box there is one question for Dr. Fiascalau. But I cannot find the name here. Okay, the question is from Benny. Pak Benny, would you please deliver your question directly?
Karena itu kalau misalnya coba dilihat youtuber
Pak Benny, are you still with us?
Viewernya banyak memang apa ya?
Or maybe I read the question to Dr. Fiascalau. The question is, what is the strategy to minimize or prevent of food waste and food waste in hotel restaurant for sustainable food to provide healthy, affordable to all people? That's the question.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I've actually responded to Benny in private, but I'm not quite sure if they were able to read my answer. But it's a big question they have asked. Simply because, in order to answer that question, it would probably take me, another lecture. So I will just only say that it's important that we start with ourselves. So as a manager of a hotel restaurant, you need to think about why you want to mitigate food waste, and you need to ensure that you commit to that. And also very important, if you are not the owner, if you are just a manager on behalf of the owner, you need to speak with the owner, because very often there is a clash of interest. So I've seen this situation on a number of occasions, whereby a manager is very much committed to reducing food waste, but the owner is not so much. And then another problem is the chefs. The chefs, they have huge egos. Yeah. So very often you come to the chef and you say, look, your cooking skills are a bit wasteful. Could you please improve them? And they will say, look, I know better what I'm doing because I've been cooking for 25 years. Yeah? And I've seen the situation in one of the restaurants in London, whereby a chef just resigned. He said, you cannot tell me what to do, which is, fairly understandable. But this shows, how many actors, how many, agents you need to consider when designing the intervention measures. And obviously, customer is an important consideration. So when it comes to customers, they do not like coercive choice. Coercive choice meaning you tell them what to do. So you need to be very careful here. So I personally believe the tools of consumer choice architecture are very powerful in this regard, simply because you can, present less wasteful choices to the people in a way that they will like them, such as, the example I was using with a free bar. Yeah. I think that's not only a very good opportunity to reduce your food waste from customer plates, but also it's a good opportunity to build your customer loyalty. Because again, the experiment we had in one of the restaurants has shown that actually children ask their parents to come to that specific restaurant because of the free chocolate bar. So, and that's how we can, use, children, not probably very ethical, right? But if we were to fight the problem of food waste, we should consider engaging all members of the family. So just as a summary, it's a big topic, and I've published a number of papers on this topic. And if anybody is interested in learning more about this, I suggest they drop me an email, and I would be more than happy to share my work on that. I'm very much open. There was another question, by the way, by somebody who's based in Ghana. Again, I've responded to that person private, but they would like to do something similar in Ghana. And I would like to reemphasize that I would be more than happy, to have this project replicated in the context of Ghana, because I think we speak about the lack of research on food waste in hospitality and food services around the world, but when it comes to Southeast Asia and Africa, there is no research whatsoever. So there are a lot of opportunities in there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope that's answered the question for Bapak Benny. I think I would like to ask Bapak Dr. Sunarto, because the question is not really sorted just now. Maybe now it's we have a better connection. Please, Bapak. Unfortunately, we still cannot hear you. We don't have the luck, I think. I can see the speaker is already on, but all right. Sorry, Bapak. I'm sorry to me as well, because I cannot get. Maybe we can have a discussion later. Anyway, we are close. Polytechnic and UNUD is just a few meters away, I think. As the time is about to finish, maybe we use this last opportunity, the time that we still have, for all the invited speakers, to convey or to deliver a short closing remarks? Maybe we start from Professor Dharma. Are you still here with us?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Ratna. I really feel grateful to be able to share my research interest in this international conference. And thank you for Lintang who asked question. And I think we really do need to follow up more research on the gender dimension of Bali tourism, since this topic has been little done or overlooked, given the fact that more and more phenomenon come up, which is very interesting to look either for publication or to produce a policy brief, which is probably needed much by government to do or to put their policy. I think that's all, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Now we continue with the next, Bapak Dr. Nyoman Sunarto. Let's try. Hopefully we have the luck. Do you have any short remark that you would like to deliver to the participants? Yeah, we really, yes, I think the connection is not really good.
Yeah, what? This is my close remark. Itu to start for our all of the. We have to rethinking. If what we done in the past is wrong, or we have some to
Sorry, Bapak Sunarto, we lost your voice.
Do you want me to talk while you're waiting?
Yeah, maybe while we waiting for the technical issue to be sorted. Yes, Professor.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay. I'll say something. Bali is not unique in the sense of being subject to the tourist gaze. Remember, I'm from the UK, and we have enormous tourism industry, and people come to the UK with all kinds of preconceived notions about what the culture and life of the UK is. But I would say that we do have resources to provide alternative images. We have, after all, a global television industry, BBC, for example. We have also really top-rate museums which tell the story of the history of Britain and its culture. And we have very effective interpretation. And I think Bali needs to accept that people will come to Bali with the tourist gaze. That's a given. However, there are strategies that you can use to combat them. There's a wonderful academic at the University of Singapore, John Mixick, and he said actually people in tourism destinations need to be aware of the tourist gaze and the fact that it will influence the way that they interact with tourists. However, they need to think of strategies to combat that, to provide an alternative view. Now, for example, Eat, Love, Pray, or whatever it's called with Julia Roberts. I mean, you can't really ban things like that. I mean, but I think some alternative interpretation is what's needed.
That would be all, Professor.
It's nice to see so many faces of people I know. So I feel a little bit lonely here, you know, in the UK. So I'll say goodbye and just now go mute. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Sorry for this inconvenience. I think that is our challenge with this industry 5.0 is technology. I think we continue with a short remark from Dr. Fiascalo, please.
Yeah, thanks very much. Well, first of all, I would like to say once again that I'm very grateful to the organizers of this conference for giving me the opportunity to present. And I think it's worth noting that this conference is taking place during the COVID outbreak. And I know that you have discussed the impact of COVID on tourism in Bali after the borders are going to reopen. And I think as with any disaster, COVID does not only create issues, COVID also brings a number of opportunities. And I think COVID should be considered by the Balinese tourism stakeholders as an opportunity to rebuild tourism in a better way. And when I say in a better way, I mean in a more sustainable way. So these concerns, well, the patterns of travel to Bali, but there's also concerns the topic of food waste, something that I have spoken about today. So I think it's really important that, you know, after this conference, we all think about the role that we can play in order to make Bali a more sustainable destination from various viewpoints after this disastrous pandemic is over. So that would be just you know, my concluding remark. And again, thanks very much. I do appreciate you know, your hard work on organizing this event. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is the last remark from our invited speaker. I think today we have already here all the experience of our distinguished speakers. It's very balanced. There is a gender issue, balancing the gender, and then we have also serious need to be serious thought about sustainable tourism, especially the land use. And then we also have a very comprehensive discussion on food and food service, which give us an opportunity for a new research really in Indonesian context. And then also Professor Hitchcock already raised the gaze of tourism, which we really need to pay attention to. I thank you very much for all the participants for your patience with all the issue, but finally we could complete our session today. And I thank you also to the invited speakers. We do have a few glitch of technology and communication. And also I thank you for the committee for the hard work to have this conference running relatively smooth. I think we need to have a big round of applause for all of us. With this, I return the platform to the MC, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our moderator, Okay, once again, thank you so much to our moderator, Professor Nimade Ernawati. Thank you so much for leading such a wonderful and very smooth session during the second international conference on tourism and entrepreneurship. Okay, so thank you so much once again. And then now, ladies and gentlemen, we have had the whole sessions finished today in the conference. And before we close and conclude the second ICTE conference this year, I would like to also give the announcement for the best paper and also best presenters, because I'm sure all of the participants also have been waiting for this announcement. So let me just announce it on behalf of the organizing committee. For the best paper, we have free best paper on the second international conference on tourism and entrepreneurship. There are so many good quality papers. However, we have to pick free best paper. The free best papers are Dwi Rahmawati. The title is Factors Influencing Co-working Spaces Demand in Indonesia. Congratulations. And then for the runner-up, Mariana Casal Ribeiro, Business Model Transition, Rebranding Process Implementation of an Independent Hotel into a Chain Hotel, a case study of Sheraton Cascais Resort. And then the best paper in the first position, in the room free, Igusti Ayu Putuwita Indrayan. The research title is Survival Strategy During COVID-19 Pandemic from the Perspective of HR Practice. Congratulations to all of the winners for the best papers. And then now I will announce the best presenters. We also have free winners for the best presenters. The first one, I will start from the third one. So the third one is the title is Indonesian Traveler's Perspective in Travel Planning, Travel Vlog or Not. The authors is Indonesian Traveler's Perspective in Travel Planning using Travel Vlog or Not. And the institution is from the University of President. The winner is Ihsan Hadiansyah. And then for the best presenter on the second position, Igusti Bagus Rai Utama from Universitas Dianapura. And the title is Key Indicators of Community Involvement in Ecotourism Management. Congratulations. And then next, the first one, the best presenter is Igusti Ayu Putuwita Indrayani from Bali Tourism Polytechnic. And the title is Survival Strategy During COVID-19 Pandemic from the Perspective of HR Practice. Congratulations once again. Let's give a round of applause to all of the winners for the best papers and also best presenters. So we have announced the winners for those two categories. Now, before we close the second international conference on tourism and entrepreneurship, we will also hear concluding remarks and also a closing remarks delivered by the Dean of the Tourism Faculty, Udayana University. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Dr. Inyoman Sunarta, MSE, please.
Thank you, moderator.
Bapak Sunarta?
Yeah, thank you.
We are trying to connect with Pak Sunarta, the Dean of the Tourism Faculty.
Are you hear my
We do
voice?
hope that the connection will be better. All right. Bapak Sunarta, please.
Di sini di
Yeah. Sorry.
Layar sardan. Layar sardan.
Yeah. Are you hear my voice, moderator?
Yes, we can hear your voice. Pak Sunarta, please, you may deliver your closing remark.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm so sorry about all of the inconvenience our conference here, and we have limited everything. I'm so sorry about that. And then I would like to say thank you for all participants, for all participants, especially for invited speaker.
my old friend, Professor Michael Hitchcock. Hi, Mr. Lecoq. Thank you very much. And the second Professor Pias Kalau. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry about the inconvenience also. And then my colleagues, Professor Dharma Putra. Thank you very much, Professor. You are always support me, especially in our Faculty of Tourism. Thank you very much. And then especially the best presenter and the best paper. Thank you very much. I hope it's not we will meet in the second conference, but also I would like to invite you in the third conference, especially if the plan is still running. We would like to meet you in the third conference in Podomoro University in Jakarta. I hope so. I will waiting for you, and maybe Podomoro is waiting for you in Jakarta in Podomoro University. And then, especially for the committee, I would like to say thank you about your hard work. In the short time, you can running the best presentation, the best conference, the second conference in, especially we call it the second international conference on tourism and entrepreneurship. Okay, that is all of our closing remark. Thank you very much for all. See you the third conference. Thank you very much. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Thank you so much, Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. A big round of applause to the Dean of the Tourism Faculty of Udayana University. Thank you so much, Dr. Nyoman Sunarta. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I close the second International Conference on Tourism and Entrepreneurship, let me just make a revision a bit about the announcement for the best paper and also the best presenter. So for the best paper, actually there are some splits, okay? However, the names of the winners are also similar. The best presenters are Dwi Rahmawati, Marina Casal Ribeiro at room 10, and Igusti Ayu Putuwita Indrayan at room 3. And then for the best paper itself is the same one like I mentioned earlier. And let me just announce the best paper. We have 3 best papers today from Ihsan Hadiansyah from the President University, and then Igusti Bagus Rai Utama from Universitas Dianapura, and Igusti Ayu Putuwita Indrayani from Bali Tourism Polytechnic. Congratulations once again to all of the winners for the best papers and best presenters. And of course, we should also congratulate all of the participants, moderators, and also all of the speakers. And of course, let's give a round of applause to all of the organizing committee as well of the Second International Conference on Tourism and Entrepreneurship. Let's give a round of applause to each of us. We have had a very productive days today during our conference. So thank you so much once again for your valuable supports. All of the participants, the moderators, the speakers, as well as all of the parties that support and also sponsors us during the Second International Conference on Tourism and Entrepreneurship. So once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, we have to signing off and also conclude this conference. This year's conference on 2020, the first virtual of the International Conference on Tourism and Entrepreneurship. I'm Dian Ariswari signing off. Thank you so much and see you again next year at the 3rd International Conference on Tourism and Entrepreneurship. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a great day, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, because we have a time constraints as well. And once again, have a very great and productive days ahead. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye from Bali.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
you.